Chapter 141. Development 3. Carrying Dr. Su up the slope, Yu Hong stepped onto the smooth surface of the roadway. The two fully armed women behind him followed suit. You can come back to the camp with me, but you are not allowed to enter the main camp, and you must surrender your weapons. After all, we haven't established basic mutual trust yet, Yu Hong stated calmly. The two fell silent. The slightly taller one spoke up. No need, we'll just set up a temporary camp near your site. Just give us a bit more food and drink. Yu Hong frowned slightly, sensing something off in her tone. Why should I provide you with food and drink? As these words came out, the two of them trembled, seemingly not expecting such a question. But then, as if remembering something, the taller woman hesitated before single-handedly grabbing the edge of her face mask and pulling it up. Whoosh! Beneath the mask was a delicate, pale, and pretty face. A pair of almond-shaped eyes stood out, tearful as if always carrying a pleading look. But upon closer inspection, one could see it was not the look in her eyes but an illusion created by their shape. If you could provide us with basic sustenance, we would be immensely grateful and would assist by offering basic support, the woman said earnestly. My name is Yao Feiling, and she is Ding Xiao. We're survivors who escaped from Baihe City. Yu Hong glanced over the two women's equipment and their cautious stances and actions. They looked alert and capable of surviving this challenging environment so far, having fled Baihe City, a place ravaged by the Black Disaster. These people must have some strength. Fine. I can provide 2 days' worth of food and drink, but after 2 days, you'll need to show enough value and earn my trust to stay, he said indifferently. If he weren't in urgent need of manpower, he actually wouldn't be keen on bringing strangers back. Unfamiliar people without a foundation of trust could pose a threat to Nana and old Joe. But these two came with Dr. Su, and they should pose little danger once their weapons were confiscated. By the way, you must give me your firearms, he emphasized once more. We are setting up camp near your site. Why should we disarm? Yao Feiling exclaimed with discontent. If you really don't want to disarm, then stay far away from my camp. I need to ensure the safety of everyone in my camp, Yu Hong replied calmly. Yao Feiling wanted to say more, but Ding Xiao gently patted her arm, silencing her. Let's do this. We can stay at a distance, but disarming in this environment is truly unacceptable. Ding Xiao spoke softly, her voice heavy with exhaustion. I understand your cautiousness, that's fine. Yu Hong nodded, then turned to look at the car. Are you going to check on those people? There's nothing to see. We had a car accident because some idiots, Yao Feiling said, clearly irate at the mention. It seemed there was little connection or feeling between them and the others in the car. Do you need to tidy up? Yu Hong asked. 1 minute, said Ding Xiao, her voice gentle, conveying a good temperament even in fatigue. The two quickly went back to the car, gathered some belongings, and each carried a large backpack, climbing onto the road. Both large backpacks were military green hiking packs, nearly as big as their bodies, appearing somewhat exaggerated. After the two struggled up, Yao Feiling looked at Yu Hong, who stood unmoved, not offering a hand, and she bit her teeth in dissatisfaction. They had encountered many men, but before the city fell, most would actively help them with their heavy luggage. But Yu Hong, a big fellow, just stood there motionless, utterly lacking in manners. Let's go, Yu Hong said, turning to lead Su Ruiying toward the direction of the camp. Without a basis of mutual trust, he still couldn't be certain they posed no threat, so maintaining distance was wise. Let's go. Ding Xiao sighed and followed, carrying the sizable pack with difficulty. They were both partially enhanced humans. Otherwise, after such intense encounters, they wouldn't possibly still have the energy to travel now. Ding Xiao, we still have some food. Maybe we should just find a place for ourselves. Yao Feiling couldn't help but express her dissatisfaction. She had a feeling something was off about him, something not quite right. Don't be stubborn, Ding Xiao said helplessly. We have no other choice. Without food and water, we can't last a few days. Following them at least provides a camp. If he can survive out here, he must have a way to ensure basic supplies. After the Baiha City defenses collapsed, they organized a team and rushed out in a vehicle as soon as possible. Because of that, they faced the least danger and managed to break through the Black Disaster's layers of encirclement. Although they had nearly exhausted their talisman arrays and luminous stone marrow supplies, at least they had kept their lives. The two fell silent and followed Yu Hong without further talk. The four of them moved through the fog-filled mountain forest. Strangely, they didn't encounter a single shadow in the forest. It was quiet, without wind, and the air was cold. Up ahead, Yu Hong took out a detector to check the time. 11:32 a.m. Red value, 43.116. Holding Su Ruoying with one hand, he put away the detector, silently commanding the black lizard to drive away shadows ahead. "I'm going to die," Dr. Su moaned, clearly in a bad state. Where's he? I was planning to find her." "I don't know. I'm looking for her too," Yu Hong answered. "You're fine, just a broken bone. A fix and a bit of rest should do the trick."
Richt.
"Just a broken bone. I'll be fine in 2 days."
Su Ring Lauget.
Behind her, Yao Failing and Ding Xiao both felt somewhat helpless. They didn't actually know Su Ruoying, only having temporarily joined her in the vehicle, initially believing that this madwoman would die halfway through the journey. Both harbored some disgust towards her. After all, it was hard enough for a sane person to survive in such an environment, let alone a lunatic. But unexpectedly, after escaping through several dangers, this crazed doctor actually did survive. With her rather decent medical skills, Su Ruoying was repeatedly assisted by people she treated along the way. And now, she even seemed to know people at this campsite, with relationships looking quite amicable. The two suppressed their thoughts. The four of them moved forward, and amidst Dr. Su's rambling nonsense, it took them a full 20 minutes to get back near the campsite. When they were about tens of meters away from the camp in the forest, Yu Hong stopped and turned back to look at the two women. "You can stop here. My camp is just ahead," he said. "Here. How are we supposed to stay? There's no suitable place around." Yao Failing looked around. The ground was filled with dead grass. Towering trees shot up into the sky, with grim lighting, damp mist, and uneven ground that was steep and riddled with tree roots. The overall slope, that is, the gradient of the ground, was also an issue. "This is something you need to figure out. If you want to enter my camp, you must disarm," Yu Hong said calmly. "To be honest, if I hadn't known her, I wouldn't let strangers so close to my camp." He gestured towards Su Ruoying. The two women glanced at Dr. Su and were not expecting that someone they found repellent, a lunatic, had actually led them to salvation. They looked around and then back at Yu Hong. "Then we will find a spot nearby to set up camp," Ding Xiao decided. "Good." Yu Hong promptly nodded, then turned to return to the campsite with Su Ruoying. His figure quickly disappeared into the mist, leaving the two women standing on the slope, silent for a moment. Yu Hong quickly brought Su Ruoying back to the courtyard. He placed her in a newly dug breeding pit, found some clean clothes to pad the ground, and had her lie down. Then he poured a glass of water, got some anti-inflammatory medicine, and stuffed 2 pills into her mouth all at once. "I need to find a wooden board to stabilize my hand," Su Ruoying said, out of breath and sweating profusely. "Say everything you need all at once," Yu Hong said, wiping her face with a damp towel. Instantly, her face was cleansed of grime and dust, revealing Su's original features. She looked visibly haggard, with sunken eyes, and her pupils constantly moving, unable to focus on a point for long. Yu Hong found her a wooden board, then picked up an unused blanket to cover her. There were still some iodine and cotton swabs left. He rarely used them, but he brought them over as well. Fortunately, despite being a bit off, Su Ruoying's basic nursing and stabilization techniques were still intact. In no time, she had fixed her broken arm and hung it around her neck. Yu Hong gave her some nutritional paste and then left the breeding pit. Outside, Zhou Shuiguang and Izina were awakened by the commotion and came out to see what was happening. "An old friend has come back," Yu Hong explained simply. "If you need help, just ask." Old Zhou declared promptly. Just say the word. Izina nodded, patting her chest. Yu Hong was amused by her gesture and patted her hair. Thanks. She's a doctor. She can take care of herself. After asking Old Zhou to keep an eye out, he took 4 sticks of nutritional paste and a bucket of boiled water and walked out of the courtyard towards the spot where the 2 women had stopped. Soon, a hammock suspended among the tree trunks materialized through the mist. On the military green hammock, 2 women were placing sticks horizontally beneath it. Using branches and ropes, they had woven a rectangular safe zone in midair and then placed an air mattress on top, which they tied down with ropes. They had turned it into a makeshift hammock. Judging by the speed and efficiency of the women, it was obvious that this wasn't their first time doing this. They truly deserved to be survivors who had escaped from Baiha City. Yu Hong stood on the ground, estimating the hammock's height from the ground, about 7 or 8 meters. Pretty high. This is the food and drink I promised you, he called out, placing the items on the ground. Thank you. Ding Xiao paused her work, looking down at Yu Hong from above. Can you tell me about the current situation in Baiha City? Yu Hong asked. Although he had obtained some intelligence from the communicator, Zhang Kaijun, many details were only known to those who had really experienced them. It's terrible. Ding Xiao sat on the edge of the hammock, supporting herself against a tree trunk. The defense line collapsed suddenly. At that time, many people in the city still didn't know. Plus, the freighter outside the port was destroyed by that huge whale, and everyone panicked at once. There were dead everywhere on the streets, bodies piled up. Actually, the black disaster didn't kill as many people as the stampeding crowds did. There were car accidents everywhere. The roads were completely impassable, with everyone unwilling to make way and jamming the streets completely. I guess that not more than 1/10 of the people could survive. Ding Xiao concluded at last. Chapter 142. Development. Yu Hong fell silent for a moment, then began asking some detailed questions about the evil shadow. After conversing for about 15 minutes, he completely confirmed that the intelligence given by Zhang Kaijun was indeed entirely accurate. Rest well, he said before turning and heading back to the camp. Saving Dr. Su was just an unexpected episode. The appearance of 2 strangers near the campsite aroused the curiosity of Zhou Shuaguang and Izina. After all, in such a despair-inducing environment, the sudden addition of 2 people indeed had a novelty factor. Ding Xiao and her companion also arrived at the outskirts of the camp before nightfall to check out the situation. They did not dare to get too close, merely observing through the fog the sight of 3 small wooden huts in the camp, with lights surprisingly burning all day long. Shocked, they returned to their hammocks and sat in silence. They have electricity? In this wilderness, where did they get electricity from? Especially when sunlight is becoming scarcer. Yao Feiling couldn't help but question. So far, she was still wearing an expression of doubt, even half an hour after discovering the lights. There must be a nuclear generator. I didn't hear the sound of high-power gasoline generators, nor did I see any water flow nearby, Ding Xiao muttered, equally stunned. Water, food, and even electricity. No wonder this camp can hold out for so long out here, Yao Feiling whispered. Let's just observe for a bit longer. Ding Xiao understood that she was tempted. Joining this camp would definitely skyrocket their quality of life. At least they could instantly escape the awkward situation of constantly searching for water. Yeah, let's see what kind of person that man is. If there's no problem, joining his camp wouldn't be an issue, Yao Feiling stated confidently. They had the confidence to make such statements. Aside from their good looks, the 2 were among the few who were enhanced by large pyroxene stone among the survivors in the vehicle. Furthermore, having undergone covert military training by the Sisterhood, they would be absolutely welcome in any camp in such harsh conditions. Alas! Ding Xiao sighed, saying nothing more. This future without hope. She often even considered the thought of just dying in the black disaster. After all, survival was but a torment. Asterisk. 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 The arrival of Su Ruoying hadn't brought any changes to Yu Hong's Black Wind camp. He continued his daily routine of leg technique training, cultivation, waiting for the strengthening process of his internal cultivation methods to finish, and also awaited old Li's return with new runes. Days went by, and those two women outside accepted supplies for 2 days without further disturbing Yu Hong. They actually settled down in the hammocks suspended mid-air. They even kept reinforcing their hammocks by finding many long branches to add a base, instead of just relying on ropes for support. Occasionally, when Yu Hong patrolled the area with his black lizards, he noticed them hanging various daily necessities from the trees, managing a basic rhythm of life despite difficulties. Therefore, he no longer concerned himself with them. For weeks passed, and he had to enhance his inner chi cultivation as much as possible to cope with potential high-risk black disasters. Speedman, tick orbs, insect man, each kind of high-risk black disaster was extremely challenging to deal with. Before he knew it, another 5 days had passed. Su Ruoying's injuries improved substantially with adequate nutrition. Healing was not possible, but the pain and inflammation decreased. She began pacing around the camp, murmuring to herself, not knowing what she was saying. On the 6th day, Yu Hong changed into a clean set of reinforced gray lizard armor and equipped himself with weapons, guns, and rune plate detector hand grenades. He lowered his goggles and pulled up his face mask, completely covering his face. Click. He opened the wooden door and stepped out of the cave. These days, he wasn't just sitting around cultivating. Within 6 days' time, all his black lizards had hatched, and 3 had grown to adult size, about the size of a cat or dog. With 9 black lizards in total, he had reached the limit and it was time to start what he had planned. Heading into the yard, he greeted old Joe, who was chatting with Dr. Su, and handed a nutrition paste to Izina, who was struggling with her writing. He then left the compound, stepping out of the safe zone. He had been going out almost every day, to which old Joe and Nana had grown accustomed. They didn't ask questions. But today was different. Yu Hong felt the 2 powerful streams of thunderbolt inner chi fill his body, with a third slowly taking shape. This time, I'll thoroughly clear the vicinity within a 200-meter radius. Turn it all into a safe zone. Even though the arrival of high-risk evil shadows would temporarily drive away lower-level black disasters, once the high-risk black disasters left, the surroundings would revert to their former state. So this time, he aimed to polish his own strength while thoroughly clearing nearby threats. Not the shadowy kind, but more troublesome things that the black lizards couldn't handle. As for his strength and skills, especially his leg techniques, he had already begun rigorous practice and mastered all the new moves. It was an ideal time to test them out. After all, the newly optimized inner chi could directly attack the enhanced chi of the evil shadows. Having been strengthened by the black mark several times, his inner chi now fully met Yu Hong's needs. Sigh. Yu Hong exhaled a long breath, his white breath spraying out from both sides of his respirator valve. The weather was getting colder and colder, so he picked up the detector, turned it on, and the temperature check displayed on it. Temperature, 6 degrees Celsius. Red value, 42.531. He put away the detector and slid it back into his lower back, taking a step forward, ready to start today's task. Suddenly, a faint rustling noise came from the forest in front to the right. Come out! Yu Hong stopped in his tracks, gently resting his hand on the high-powered enhanced pistol at his waist. Out of the fog, a slim figure in a gray and white women's suit slowly emerged. The figure didn't have her face mask and goggles on, revealing a pale, serious, and delicate face. "It's me, Ding Xiao," the woman said. She pursed her lips, her expression very earnest. Unlike Yao Feiling, she was equally delicate in features and well-kept, but exuded an aura of constant seriousness. "What is it?" Yu Hong asked calmly. He hadn't yet developed enough trust in these 2 people, and the 2 days of supplies he had given them previously was already an act of kindness. "It's just, we've searched all around but haven't found any water sources. Now, the camp's water supply is almost gone. Could you please tell us where to find some water?" Ding Xiao pleaded softly, with her hands pressed together. "I can do that, but it won't be for free. What do you have to offer in exchange?" Yu Hong nodded, knowing that the tap water in the camp was always on, readily available from the faucet, but had to be boiled before drinking. "We can help keep watch around the camp." Yao Feiling's voice came from a little behind, approaching through the fog, speaking loudly. "Both of us are enhanced, trained militarily, and will be a great asset to your side when it matters most." Actually, she and Ding Xiao had been stealthily patrolling the vicinity for the past few days. At first, very anxious, carrying the talisman array luminous stones, they were expecting to encounter evil shadows. Surprisingly, after several rounds, not a single ghostly shadow was to be seen. Hearing now that they needed to exchange something for water, the idea instantly sparked her interest, prompting her to take the initiative to speak up. "In fact, we've been patrolling around these past few days. Haven't you noticed it's gotten a lot quieter and safer around here? If we hadn't been constantly on watch, do you think you could have slept so soundly?" Yao Feiling spoke up loud and clear. Yu Hong glanced at her, pausing briefly on her substantially prominent upper curves. These past few days, he had commanded the black lizards to patrol the area constantly, taking care of evil shadows, and had seen these two occasionally. What he hadn't expected was that all the black lizard's efforts seemed to have been credited to her all of a sudden. "All right, Lingling." Ding Xiao patted her friend, smiling awkwardly at Yu Hong in embarrassment. "Sorry, we really have been patrolling, but haven't encountered any trouble." She exaggerated a bit. This one seemed pretty sincere. Yu Hong's evaluation of her went up a notch in his mind. As for the other one, her intelligence might be concentrated in her chest. Observe them a bit longer. He wasn't interested in bringing Yao Feiling into the fold, but he appreciated Ding Xiao's stable character. If he could choose only one of them, that would be best, but it seemed unlikely the two would separate. "Old Zhou." He turned and walked back to the courtyard wall, whispering a few words to Old Zhou, who had been watching the commotion. Old Zhou curiously glanced at the two women and nodded before turning to open the water faucet near the cave. Whoosh! Clear tap water rapidly flowed into the wooden barrel, creating a gentle splash. Ding Xiao and Yao Feiling heard this sound. Both of their eyes widened. Before Ding Xiao could say anything, Yao Feiling swiftly turned and climbed up a tree trunk beside her like a monkey. She was very good at climbing, reaching a height of 3 meters in the blink of an eye, standing on a branch and peering into the courtyard. "Damn! Tap water. There's actually tap water in there." The moment she saw the scene within, she couldn't help but blurt out in astonishment. "Tap water?" Ding Xiao was taken aback, quickly turning her head to look at Yu Hong, but noticed he was indifferent, standing still without any reaction or objection. For a moment, she doubted whether Lingling had seen incorrectly, but after a few seconds, realizing Lingling still hadn't corrected herself and was just staring into the courtyard, her heart suddenly leapt. "Mister, is it really tap water?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. She was a very detail-oriented person. Through previous conversations with Dr. Su and Yu Hong, she had learned his name. Now she asked directly. "I installed the water supply system myself, so it kind of counts as tap water. But it lacks the city's disinfection and multiple filtration, and can't be drunk directly," Yu Hong replied calmly. Installed by himself. Ding Xiao and Yao Feiling's view of him changed instantly. Tap water. That was something only supplied in the city, and he managed to install it himself? A sudden feeling swelled within them as though they were inflating rapidly. A surge of excitement they couldn't immediately vent. Tap water. Plus the electric lights they had seen at the beginning. With water and electricity. This camp was simply... In that instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through Ding Xiao's mind. She knew that, in this desperate environment, many people didn't actually die at the hands of evil shadows, as their numbers weren't that high. Instead, more people actually died from lack of food and water. A camp with both water and electricity like Yu Hong's, if only a bit more safety could be ensured, would absolutely be the haven that any survivor longed to join. At many previous outdoor strongholds, it was the presence of water and electricity that had led to repeated battles between various powers. Even if just one of the two was available with a stable source, it would cause immense contention. Watching the running tap water at that moment, they both had one overwhelmingly strong thought emerging. Join him. Join this camp. Chapter 143. Clearing. Regardless of what the two women were thinking, Yu Hong addressed their questions and still proceeded with his plan to leave. Of course, he wouldn't completely relax his vigilance, and had arranged for 2 black lizards to patrol the camp, ready to launch a sneak attack should the women dare to do anything to the camp. Given the black lizard's toxicity that could even corrode shadows, it might be just as terrifying to humans. After all, its original name included the word plague. In the dense forest, Yu Hong moved slowly forward, his feet crushing the dry, yellow fallen leaves. The thick layer of fallen leaves formed a soft carpet under his feet, dry on the surface but still moist and soft underneath. This indicates a lack of sunlight, not sufficiently sun-dried, he thought. Yu Hong glanced at his own boots, where in some spots the soles had pierced through the dry leaves and touched the damp layer below, even picking up faint water stains. Without pausing, he continued moving forward. Fog enveloped the area with a visibility of only 4 or 5 meters. Above, there was no sunlight, only a gray-white expanse as the diffuse fog draped everything around as if layering it with a white veil. The yellowish grass, the straight trees, the black and yellow soil. All of it took on a dim and blurry coloration. Yu Hong walked slowly through the woods, with 7 black lizards quietly following on either side, ready to scout for any potential situations. After a short while, he gradually slowed down and stopped in the middle of a dark yellow dirt path. Crouching down, he pressed his hand against the moist yellow soil. The soil was slightly hard, resembling dried-out modeling clay, not as soft as he had imagined. A very regular path, as if something had uniformly compressed it. Yu Hong raised his head and looked along the mud path stretching straight into the distance, disappearing into the gray fog. Could it be the tick ball Zhang Kaijun mentioned? He thought, apprehension tightening within him as he roughly estimated the size of a spherical object that would be required to roll out such a path. Standing up, he looked around, his nose picking up a faint mint-like fragrance even through his breathing filter. Unperturbed, he continued to let the black lizards lead the way towards the first point they needed to assault. Crossing the strange yellow mud imprint, after walking for a few more minutes, a large locust tree with its leaves almost completely fallen and branches wildly outstretched finally appeared ahead. The locust tree stood quietly in the fog, part of its crown obscured by distance and engulfed in fog, indiscernible. Its trunk was dark, its surface subtly reflective of moisture. A strong mint-like scent was spreading from it. Upon reaching this point, Yu Hong sharply sensed a trace of tension from the black lizards he controlled. Indeed, the locust tree in front of him was no ordinary specimen, considering that it could even make such venomous creatures as black lizards feel anxious. Immediately, he took out his detector, which had already unknowingly exceeded a reading of 100 and was still fluctuating around 130. After thinking for a moment, he took a step forward. The red value on the detector instantly surged by more than a dozen points. Then stepping back, the red value immediately returned to its original range. Understanding dawned on Yu Hong's face, and he swiftly pulled out an enhanced pistol from his waist, aimed at the locust tree. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and the bullet burst forth without hesitation, fiercely embedding itself into the center of the locust tree. The powerful pistol bullet instantly blasted a fist-sized black hole in the middle of the trunk. Screech! Just then, a huge black shadow the size of a bathtub suddenly swooped down from above the locust tree, rapidly approaching Yu Hong and extending its sharp claws. With a hiss, the claws grabbed Yu Hong's helmet, lifting upwards. This creature actually tried to lift Yu Hong completely. Though it was large, it was clearly much smaller compared to Yu Hong in his enhanced suit. Yet, it nearly managed to lift him off the ground with one pull. BFF. At that moment, a circle of invisible radiation exploded from Yu Hong, enveloping him. The detector's readings shot up from 100 to over -7,000 in the blink of an eye. The invisible radiation, like a storm, instantly enveloped a radius of more than 10 meters around him. including the black shadow that attempted to lift Yu Hong. The huge negative red value directly neutralized the radiation on the black shadow's body. Screech. It uttered a painful cry, released its claws and tried to flee. But Yu Hong suddenly moved, his right leg kicking to the side. The furious leg silhouette thunderously broke through the air, vanishing in a flash. Boom! The leg hit heavily on the black shadow's body, sending it flying like a ball, its body caving in from the middle before it whistled through the fog and smashed into the grass on the left, tearing up a strip of turf. The black shadow lay on the ground, struggling to rise, and only then was it truly clear what it was. It was a huge black crow, the size of a bathtub, just like the crows Yu Hong had seen before at the mine entrance. Only this one was particularly large. The crow's head bore a red gem-like crystal, an irregular polyhedron about the size of a peanut. Both of the crow's wings were broken by the kick, its body deeply dented on one side, clearly unable to fly, only able to lie on the ground and emit sorrowful cries. Yu Hong approached, reached out to grab the creature, and the crow still tried to bite him. Smack! He slapped the crow's head on the spot, causing blood and flesh to splatter, with only a bit of skin still connecting the neck to the bird's body. Gah! The creature was still squawking, refusing to die. It seems to have mutated. Yu Hong sighed lightly, plucked the ruby from the crow's forehead with one hand, pocketed it, and then crushed the crow's head with his bare hands, tossing the corpse aside. He took out the detector and checked. The environmental values here had returned to normal. It signified that the clearing was directly completed here. Next, he turned around, left a black lizard to monitor the area, and then headed towards the second clearing site. Soon, the second location was on the middle of the path towards Baiqiu village. On the right side of the road, a rotting, dark tree stump had, from a distance, a gray-white humanoid figure with slender hands sitting on it. The humanoid was completely naked, its whole body covered with patchy mold-like spots, and bald on top of its head without any hair. The strangest thing was the air constantly flowing and distorting around this creature as if heat waves were twisting the light. Yu Hong stopped about 10 meters away from this creature. He looked around to ensure there were no other evil shadows, then commanded the black lizards to spread out and form a fan shape to surround the humanoid. Silently, 6 black lizards had completely encircled the humanoid. Prepare, Yu Hong ordered mentally. The 6 black lizards each gathered a mouthful of old phlegm, their chins lowered. Now! Spurt! In an instant, 6 gobs of black phlegm shot out, aiming simultaneously at the humanoid from 6 directions. Smack! All 6 gobs hit their target. The sheer potency of the poison began to corrode the gray-white humanoid rapidly. Ah! The humanoid threw back its head and screamed, but its resistance to toxins was surprisingly strong. Its skin merely emitted black smoke and did not melt into mucus like the evil shadows. Suddenly, the humanoid turned its head towards Yu Hong, seemingly aware that it was him controlling the attack. Instantly, the creature stood up and lunged forward. Hiss! Its silhouette moved incredibly fast, the air around it twisting even more violently like a booster, covering the distance of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye, far faster than Yu Hong. Thump! Yu Hong, already on high alert, burst forth with energy, his thunderbolt leg kicking forward sharply. Bang! The 2 figures collided, the enormous impact forcing Yu Hong to stagger back 2 steps. He felt as if his right leg had kicked a heavy piece of iron, pain faintly spreading from his sole up through his knee to his waist. The vibration was immense. Damn! That was strong. Again! His heart flared up from the collision. He steadied himself, lunging forward aggressively towards where the humanoid had rebounded. His sharp spikes shot from his feet, his hands adeptly reaching forward to seize. But just as his palms touched the humanoid's shoulders, it dissolved into a puddle of black liquid, collapsing down without a trace of its human form. That fast? Yu Hong grabbed at air, his consecutive moves completely disrupted, stuffing his rising anger back down forcibly. He looked around, took out his detector, and noticed the red value had already recovered to 30 or 40 normal values. Only then did he realize that the humanoid had thoroughly vanished. He huffed heavily, frustration making him kick fiercely at the trunk of a nearby tree.
Bang!
The tree trunk shattered instantly, with chips flying as the thick tree slowly tilted and fell to the side. With a dense crashing sound, the tree broke completely and fell onto another tree's branch, stopping there. Yu Hong controlled his black lizards, preparing to leave. As he turned, changing direction, his gaze sharpened suddenly, and he looked back towards where he had last seen the humanoid. On that rotten tree stump. Now, incredibly, another gray-white humanoid identical to the earlier one appeared. It still sat on the stump, its back towards Yu Hong and the black lizards, unmoving with slender hands. This creature resurrects so quickly? Yu Hong checked his detector again. Red value 311.731. A red value over 300, considered a low-level evil shadow. But this time he did not attack immediately. Having used a dose of Thunderbolt Inner Chi, he needed to keep one for emergency self-defense. Watching the humanoid, Yu Hong slowly directed the black lizards to pull back, marking this area as off-limits. Then he proceeded to the third location. This world, besides the official count of blood tide and evil shadows, who knows what other bizarre threats have emerged. On the road, Yu Hong steadied his breathing, took out Talisman Array and Radiation Hand Grenade, planning to resolve the issue with tools this time. Fortunately, the third location had no surprises, just a group of 5 evil shadows wandering together. He didn't even use his hand grenade, charging in with the silver talisman plate and instantly exploding them. After dealing with them all, Yu Hong ordered 2 black lizards to stay and guard the area, directly spitting to kill any possibly resurrecting evil shadows. Chapter 144. Clearing Up. Returning to the camp in the cave, Yu Hong quickly practiced Qi cultivation to restore his 2 strands of Thunderbolt Inner Qi. Then he meticulously recorded the new monster he encountered today to keep it as a reference for future intelligence trading. Meanwhile, Ding Xiao and Yao Feiling, after collecting water, clearly showed their reluctance to leave and their intense desire for the camp. The 2 women lingered around the camp for a long time and even engaged in conversation with old Zhou and Nana before they finally left with heavy hearts. In the following days, as Yu Hong sequestered himself to diligently cultivate his inner Qi and train in the Thunderbolt Leg technique, the 2 women seemed to change their strategy, frequently engaging in idle chatter with old Zhou to build rapport. Since old Zhou hadn't received an order from Yu Hong to limit their water collection, he didn't pay much attention to their frequent water retrieval, considering that the underground water was essentially inexhaustible. And as the women continued to cozy up, the countdown to the completion of the inner strength enhancement kept ticking closer. Yu Hong's anticipation also rose gradually. How much would a 12-day enhancement increase the refining speed of his inner strength? He couldn't imagine. After all, the operation of the Black Mark could very possibly grant him access to a cultivation technique from who knows where. As time continued to slip by, as the black lizards steadily secured new safe zones, a 200-meter radius around the camp gradually became stable and was cleared of shadows. Yu Hong realized that the resurgent spots of the shadows were decided by their places of death, so he used the black lizards to lure each shadow away from their original position, a 200-meter distance from the camp, before killing them. Thus, the resurrected shadows would emerge at these new locations, wandering only in their vicinity. Perhaps they would gradually drift and approach this area again, but then it would just take another luring session with the black lizards. Following such a strategy, except for the ashen humanoids perched on rotten logs, all the other shadows in the area were driven away. Yu Hong began to cultivate luminescent grass intensely, infusing it with inner Qi, spreading its growth across a larger area. However, this growth was exceedingly slow, with radiation from the luminescent grass weakening the further away it got from Yu Hong, the growth and recovery rate slowing down likewise. Breaking through the bounds of the courtyard walls, the growth of luminescent grass spread out for over 10 meters, forming a massive circle. No matter how much Yu Hong urged his inner Qi, the outer layer of the circle would not grow anymore. It seemed that the ambient red value radiation had completely suppressed and neutralized it. With the expansion of luminescent grass proving difficult, on the other hand, the countdown to the fortification of inner strength finally reached its end. Inside the cave, Yu Hong sat beside the communicator, holding a charcoal pencil, listening intently to Wei's song explaining the specific methods, means, and measures employed by the Allied forces in response to the Black Disaster. The Sunlight series of weapons, equipment, and materials are closely guarded strategic resources in the military. From Sunlight 1 to 9, all series have the effect of expelling and interfering with the resurrection of shadows and blood tide. These effects enhance with each iteration. Even war-level Black Disasters, when faced with Sunlight 9 weapons and items, experience intense discomfort and their resurrection points are severely disrupted, causing deviations and departures from the original location. So, the Allied forces shouldn't have their defense lines so easily breached, right? Yu Hong asked in a grave tone. Yes, the Sunlight series is key to the support the Allied forces have maintained for so long, Wei Song confirmed. But the true decider of victory on the front lines is still the supply of resources. You mean, resources are running low?
Yuong froned.
It's easy to say that, but the actual reason is the Silver Tower's sudden collapse and loss of contact. Without the support of technology and intelligence, the front lines completely fell apart. Wei Song sighed. Old Yu, if you can pull through this time, we'll be able to use your Black Wind Camp as a fixed contact point later and include you in the long-distance trading caravan alliance. We'll provide you with material support. Zhang Kaijun spoke up. Indeed, the information you provided on the second form of language persons was a great help to my side. When two of my teams encountered language persons, they used the information you provided, the double attack strategy, and successfully suppressed an attack from a language person temporarily. Wei Song agreed, his voice filled with sincere thanks. That's what's expected. Yu Hong replied with a calm expression. You've given me quite a lot of information as well.
No.
The information you've given has been verified as authentic, whereas the information we traded to you lacks the specific methods for defeat. This is not something that can be measured on the same level, Wei Song retorted earnestly. According to calculations from radiation satellite images, roughly 2 months from now, the influx of Black Disasters resulting from the collapse of the front line will gradually enter a period of equilibrium. The domains of the Black Disasters will stabilize and solidify, and by then we can recount and map out new paths between the Black Disasters and establish new trading caravans. Zhang Kaijun stated gravely. Let's hope everything goes smoothly, Guan Chao sighed. It will go smoothly. Wei Song unusually revealed a hint of fatigue. That will be all for today. We just took in 2 refugee teams here, totaling over 300 people, and now there's trouble starting up again. I need to go handle it. Zhang Kaijun's typically indifferent voice came through. All right, you planning to handle it the same old way? Guan Chao couldn't help but ask. How so? Just by the sound of it, one could imagine Zhang Kaijun frowning deeply. I don't mean to interfere, but with so few left, I just think maybe you could soften your methods a bit. Going forward there will only be fewer and fewer people.
Guan Cao sai.
My methods are already quite restrained, Zhang Kaijun said flatly. Just killing the whole family of troublemakers is already quite restrained for me. Guan Chao was left speechless, only hearing the communicator abruptly disconnect. I'll be going too, Wei Song said wearily. That's just his character. His closest teacher and senior sister died tragically because they were implicated by internal troublemakers. There's a reason for his personality to be like this. Try to understand more. I just feel that killing half of those Met is somewhat too cruel, Guan Chao replied helplessly. Yu Hong had nothing to say. Zhang Kaijun had such a cute nickname. Yet he was this brutal? He had chatted with Zhang casually before and thought he was the cold exterior, warm heart kind of person. To think, Germ's base has 10 absolute kill orders. As soon as they're broken, there's no discussion of personal feelings. Death to the whole family. You could say his rules are the harshest among all bases. Guan Chao continued, sighing. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You prepare well, facing a danger level 8 Black Disaster. It will be tough for you too. I'm signing off. Okay. Talk to you later. All communicators went offline. Yu Hong turned off the device and set down the charcoal pen before standing up to stretch his body. Communicating for an hour each day had become an essential habit he'd cultivated. Usually, after chatting and collecting external intelligence, he should now be practicing the Thunderbolt leg technique, then eat something, wipe his body, and go to sleep. But today was different. Yu Hong walked to the wooden door and pulled open the cover to look out into the courtyard. The courtyard at night was illuminated by lights that held back the surging blood-tide black insects on the perimeter. A combination of luminous grass and electric lights, along with a large talisman array hidden underground, had turned Black Wind Camp into a fortress of safety. But Yu Hong knew that in just over 2 weeks, a truly greater trouble would arrive in full force. If they couldn't hold off the threat, he, Old Joe, Nana, and perhaps everyone else might die. He had considered moving to a different location to avoid the perilous black disaster. But the camp couldn't be relocated. To leave rashly would likely lead to a significant drop in protective strength and potentially lose the ability to protect themselves. Swoosh! After pulling the cover closed, Yu Hong turned around and headed to the basement. He had moved the papers for inner strength fortification to the second basement level. The first basement level was now being used for practicing martial arts, while the second stored various miscellaneous goods and supplies. The third basement was quite small and served as the main control room. Inside the basement, it was as bright as day with the lights on. Yu Hong first washed his hands at the sink along the wall and dried them with a towel. Then he seated himself at a new wooden table against the wall. The countdown on the paper on the table had 2 minutes left before it would end. He didn't move, just quietly waiting. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Snap. Suddenly, the countdown ended. The paper on the entire brown wooden table blurred and vanished. 0.1 seconds later, a thin, bronze-colored booklet appeared before Yu Hong. It's here. Yu Hong's spirits lifted, and, suppressing his strong anticipation, he stood up to carefully examine the newly appeared booklet. The booklet was the size of a regular dictionary in length and width, with a thickness of about a dozen pages, not many. There were 4 big characters printed on the cover. Internal cultivation methods. Because that was what he had named it during the fortification process, the same 4 characters appeared. Yu Hong didn't mind and reached out to pinch the corner of the booklet, gently turning a page. The material of the booklet didn't feel like paper, but rather more like cloth, soft to the touch and slightly warm. This time it's been strengthened to the limit, the highest degree possible in one go. I hope it won't disappoint me. With great anticipation, he carefully looked at the first open page.
Infinite QI Condensing Technique.
As expected, 5 new and prominent characters with a texture resembling that of gray rocks appeared before his eyes. Below the large characters was a small line of annotation, one of the fundamental introductory methods of Wuji Palace. Speechless, Yu Hong knew that the black mark had, once again, acquired someone else's internal cultivation methods from some unknown place. He turned the pages without a word. The following page contained line after line detailing the specific effects of this mental method. This method grasps the true meaning of the infinite, based on the 9,672 vacuum particles determined by this sect's founding ancestors, aiding in strengthening 99% of all kinds of cultivation techniques and accelerating their practice. Its adaptability is extremely strong. Below that was an explanation of how to define and absorb vacuum particles. Countless types of particles exist in the vacuum of space. Infinite universes nest within each other, each encompassing the other, with each type of particle potentially representing a unique system of power, possibly originating from a tremendously distant special universe. Therefore, the absorption of vacuum particles must not be done crudely, all at once. Instead, it requires a meticulous approach, selecting from the endless surrounding grains that which suits oneself. With passages of text paired with specific illustrative diagrams, Yu Hong was utterly captivated. He had never imagined that the countless particulate substances he sensed during his inner qi practice hid so much mystery. In no time at all, he had finished reading the entire thin booklet. The 7 visualization charts included, coupled with a rather complex breathing control method, were thoroughly committed to memory, repeatedly recalled and reflected upon. On the last page of the booklet, the required time for practicing this method was mentioned, 3 days. Chapter 145, Cultivation. Just 3 days? This made Yu Hong feel ineffably strange in his heart. This mental method, once mastered, can greatly accelerate the speed of cultivating with one's original mental method. The increase could even reach almost double the rate. But this powerful mental method, it only takes 3 days to complete? He always felt something was off. There definitely was a problem. Thus, Yu Hong picked up the booklet again, scrutinizing it carefully from beginning to end, all over again. Sure enough, this time he finally found a clue. This damn thing. Turns out it's still a merged version. He was speechless, holding the booklet, looking at the various cultivation diagrams inside. There were many such diagrams in the booklet, clearly drawn to facilitate explanation, with detailed descriptions of the qi circulation routes. The problem lay within these qi circulation routes. Yu Hong randomly picked one, looked closely, and found that the figure sitting cross-legged on the diagram not only looked exactly like him in appearance but even had the same black mark on the back of his hand. Moreover, the crucial part was that in every single one of these qi route diagrams, the inner qi pathways would repeatedly pass through the black mark on the back of the hand. A few passed through 3 times, others had to go through more than a dozen times. I was wondering why it only took 3 days. Turns out this is tailor-made, even using the black mark to accelerate cultivation with a one-of-a-kind version? Yu Hong was speechless. But no matter what version it was, as long as it could rapidly increase his cultivation speed, he would use it for now. He had been dissatisfied with the progress of his Thunderbolt leg for a long time, and now, with the aid of the infinite qi condensing technique to speed things up, the idea of quickly enhancing the strength of the Thunderbolt leg could become a reality. No more thinking. Start practicing. Immediately, Yu Hong once again checked all the procedures, focusing his attention on the first step of cultivating this auxiliary mental method. To cultivate this technique, the first prerequisite is to divide one's attention. There are countless vacuum particles, infinite and vast. To truly find the particles that resonate with oneself, one must divide their consciousness and heart into incredibly precise parts, matching the minuscule with the minuscule, probing, entangling, adapting, accepting, integrating until finally, they return to the whole. The cultivation method of the infinite qi condensing technique obviously completely differed from many mental methods Yu Hong had heard of before. While others required one to concentrate their mind, his required the opposite. But due to his trust in the black mark, he immediately started practicing according to the order of the mental method. There were specific visualization diagrams to assist with dividing attention. He gazed at the diagrams and gradually felt as if he had become a stone statue. The stone statue slowly showed more and more cracks, becoming ever more numerous and dense, until finally, with a crash, his entire body, his entire spirit, shattered completely, falling to the ground, turning into countless tiny particles. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. About 600 kilometers away from Baihe City, Shanli City. Within the desolate city, the streets were scattered with colliding abandoned vehicles. Red, white, black, vehicles of all sorts, some deformed, some overturned, some simply bursting into flames, with the fire raging on continuously. Click. On the sidewalk next to a shop, a thick glove-covered hand forcefully punched through the silver-gray rolling shutter door, then tore it open into a gap large enough for people to pass through.
Ah, Gott gut again.
A large man over 2 meters tall, wearing a full set of gray-black bulletproof gear, bent over and walked out of the shop. In his other hand, he was holding a slender young blonde girl. The girl dressed in ragged red t-shirt and jeans, her legs frantically struggling in midair. Play before eating, plus the rice we found earlier, we can hold out for a long time. The man emerged from the shutter door, followed by 2 more similarly built bulletproof gear-clad men. The 3 men all wore dark red striped round helmets, their faces unseen. Only their voices revealed a chill and cruelty. "Please, don't kill me, don't!" The girl cried and screamed, but someone found her annoying, slapped her on the back of the neck. Her voice stopped on the spot, her eyes rolled up, and she was stupefied. Ding Lin, it's getting harder to find people nearby, might need to go farther to find others, and when people die they can't be stored, and if they rot they can't be used, it's a bit troublesome. One of the men behind spoke up. That's why we need to find more live ones fast. Smear them with salt to preserve them. The first guy out responded. Heard on the broadcast that the front line has collapsed. Maybe a stronger black disaster is approaching, and we need to prepare in advance, the third man calmly said. We've stored more than 20 already, should just about suffice, and there's a warehouse full of rice, just for the three of us, enough for several years. Why think so much? Ding Lin said dismissively. He reached out and pinched the flesh of the girl in his hand. This one hid for so long and still managed to stay so plump. Well maintained, quite the rare good stuff, lucky today. Snap. Suddenly, he paused mid-sentence, quickly turning his head towards the direction of the sound. Over there lay a pile of burnt and indistinguishable debris. A flattened metal barrel fell from the pile onto the ground, making a crisp sound. Tisk! Ding Lin pulled up the girl, turning his head to look behind him.
Jetting tu jumilateli. Ah?
He froze all of a sudden under his helmet. Behind him, the two companions that had just been with him, that had just come out together, were now both gone. Just a minute ago, they'd stood together talking, one of them even reminding him to prepare in advance. But now, Ding Lin stared at the gaping dark hole of the rolling shutter door behind him, at the spot where his two companions had just been. Old Dong. He stepped closer, crouched down, and examined the ground. This look made his heart shudder. On the ground, other than his own footprints, there were surprisingly no other traces at all. Inside the gray shutter door, not a shred of light, only cold currents of air kept stealthily seeping out. Damn it! Old Chen. Old Dong? Ding Lin stood up, looking around, cold sweat starting to seep from his back. He had survived a previous evil shadow attack, which felt very similar to now, his being the only escapee from a stronghold with over 100 people. And now, he set down the girl and quickly took out a bag of large pyroxene stones from his lower back. Then he tied the bag to a thick wooden stick and kept swinging it in circles above his head. Swish, swish. The talisman-covered large pyroxene stones were incessantly swung on the stick, drawing uneven circles in the air. This had been the key to Ding Lin's successful escape last time. As long as the large pyroxene stones weren't used up, he could temporarily ensure his safety. But just then, his body suddenly trembled. The spoils of the battle he had just put down, the girl, was nowhere to be seen now. Damn! Sweat appeared on his forehead as he swung the bag of large pyroxene stones, quickly starting to trot forward. The patter of footsteps echoed ceaselessly through the streets. Soon, he returned to the temporary warehouse where his group of three was staying. The warehouse was located next to the entrance of a small park, with the first gray building on the right upon entering. The barrier at the entrance of the park had long been broken, and the security room connected to the barrier was empty, its desk covered with a layer of dust. Ding Lin rushed toward the entrance of the park, constantly glancing left and right. He didn't have a detector, or more accurately, the detector couldn't charge, so he had no idea how high the red value was in his surroundings. As soon as he entered the park and stepped onto the empty internal driveway, his footsteps suddenly halted. At the entrance of the warehouse up ahead, there stood three people. Two companions donned in black suits and the pretty girl he had just captured. All were there. They stood in a line in front of a window beside the warehouse door, waving faintly towards him. They revealed their faces, which looked stiff and unnatural. Their hands, somehow, appeared elongated, and their skin emitted an indescribable pallor. Damn, damn, damn. Ding Lin immediately realized something was wrong as sweat poured profusely. He slowly backed away, step by step out of the park. Then he suddenly turned and bolted. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and his face twisted in fear, pain, and anxiety. He hadn't run far when he suddenly stopped, threw his head back, and nearly fell backward onto the ground because of the abrupt movement. Standing in the middle of the street right ahead of him were the same 3 people as before. Smiling, they stood still, quietly waving in his direction. Ding Lin's heart grew more and more panicked, his hands steady as he kept spinning the bag of large pyroxene stones on the stick. Snap! Suddenly the rope broke, and the bag fell entirely onto the ground. Ding Lin frantically bent down to pick it up. Just as he grabbed the bag, he realized something was terribly amiss. The large pyroxene stones in the bag, at some unknown time, had already turned into a bag of stone powder. Snap! Ding Lin shuddered all over and finally didn't dare to move an inch. He paused briefly, slowly lifting his head while sweat dripped from his nose. Right in front of him, within arm's reach, 3 pairs of booted legs were already standing before him. 2 pairs of black boots, 1 pair of brown short boots for women. Ding Lin dared not look up any further. His helmet was almost touching the pants of the people standing in front. Sweat broke off in beads down his back, his heartbeat far exceeding 300 beats per minute, and an indescribable sense of terror paralyzed him. Crack! Another crisp sound. The street was empty once more, void and deserted, with only the abandoned vehicles crowded together. Stoking the fireplace, Yu Hong stuffed dry wood in and started to heat water. We need to get some basic electrical appliances. It's a bit inconvenient to keep burning wood for warmth and cooking if we have electricity. After strengthening his internal cultivation methods, he tried to begin cultivation immediately. It was still the first day, and he would have to wait 3 more days to master the infinite chi condensing technique fully before he could naturally apply it to the thunderbolt leg technique. So, for now, there was nothing discernible. As for the black mark, he didn't waste any time and swiftly sent it to enhance sunlight materials. He was quite eager to see what state these special materials could be enhanced into. Sunlight materials totaled 9 generations, his being only the first generation, which was the weakest. But according to Old Lee, it could still drive away and affect most black disaster radiations that weren't strong enough. The enhancement direction was to strengthen effects, with a countdown of about 3 days. The flames gradually burned in the fireplace, growing red and beginning to emit heat. Yu Hong placed the pot with nutrient paste on it to cook. He had lunch hastily after a quick boil and continued to immerse himself in cultivating the infinite chi condensing technique. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the cave's door. Who is it? Yu Hong frowned slightly, calling out loudly. It's me, boss. There's been a situation. You may need to come out and take a look. Old Joe's voice rang from outside. Chapter 146. Cultivation 2. Is it those 2 women causing trouble? Yu Hong frowned as he quickly returned to the first floor, first removing the panel to check outside, confirming it was indeed old Zhou Shuiguang. He stood at the door with a hesitant expression, looking as though he wanted to speak but stopped himself. Click. Yu Hong opened the door and stepped outside. What's going on? He asked in a deep voice. It's not those 2, it's Dr. Su, Zhou Shuiguang whispered. Yu Hong said no more and walked into the yard, where he first saw Dr. Su Ruiying. She was sitting on a rock in the yard, gently pressing a hand on her stomach. Yu Hong, you're here, Su Ruiying called out as she first noticed Yu Hong approaching. Her demeanor was very normal, completely different from her initial madness. Are you all right? Yu Hong asked, his tone somewhat concerned. I'm fine. Dr. Su revealed a gentle smile, and for some reason, her smile was filled with anticipation. Boss, look at her stomach. Zhou Shuiguang softly tapped Yu Hong from behind. Yu Hong immediately sensed something was amiss. Dr. Su Ruiying's stomach seemed unusually large. Is her stomach bloated? He frowned deeply as he looked toward old Zhou following him. But this time, it wasn't old Zhou who answered him, but Dr. Su herself.
I'm pregnant.
She answered seriously and with hope. Yu Hong's eyes widened. Pregnant? He couldn't believe it. Dr. Su returned. And now she was pregnant? Whose is it? He blurted out. I don't know. Su Ruiying shook her head. When I was detained, about 10 people were involved with me daily. There were too many. I couldn't tell whose it was exactly. She seemed much more normal now, a stark contrast from her previously restless, darting eyes. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that he is my child. Dr. Su's tone changed, her face showing intense anticipation. Yu Hong, looking at her now, could clearly see that this sudden child had become her last pillar of normalcy. Take care then, we have enough food and drink here. Don't worry. Yu Hong reassured after a moment. In fact, since hearing that Dr. Su had been captured, he had suspected she might have been violated, but he never anticipated this development. Thank you. I can manage basic wounds and make medicine, and once I've recovered a bit, I can make some sutures from animal sinews. I won't be a freeloader. Su Ruoying smiled. All right.
Yuong nodded.
He exchanged a look with old Zhou, sighed, and turned back to the cave. Shortly after, he retrieved a stash of nutritional paste and handed it over to old Zhou. This is a month's worth. Keep it safe and take the mushrooms, cockroaches, and lizards you collect, process them and leave them at my door. I'll deal with them later. Old Zhou nodded. Glancing at Dr. Su, who was no longer looking this way, he asked again, "What about those two women? They've been patrolling outside these last few days." "No hurry." Yu Hong shook his head. Although he was irritated by Ding Xiao and her companion, he wasn't to the extent of directly driving them out or wishing them dead. The camp is running low on luminous stones. Have them go to the mining area and transport some back as a trade for access to the water source, he instructed. Okay. Old Zhou nodded. One more thing. Nana has been asking when Li Rushan will be back. Do you have any news? Yu Hong shook his head. Li Rushan had been gone for some time, and by all accounts, he should have returned by now in a vehicle. But there was still no sign of him. Clearly something had happened. Don't worry. He took so much with him. Even if something unexpected happens, he should be able to come out unscathed. We've faced many types of black disasters. With his caution, there should be no problem. Ha, caution my ass. Old Zhou made a disdainful face. If it were him dealing with Ding Xiao and her friend, he might have already taken things to the bed by now. Yu Hong was speechless. Given Li Rushan's personality, it was indeed a possibility. He silently patted old Zhou's shoulder. By the way, I've recently cleared the area around the camp. I'll outline a new safety zone soon, and within this area, you can move around to gather firewood, pick wild vegetables, or dig in the soil. Really? Zhou Shuiguang was taken aback. Of course. Give me some talismans first. I'll go test them out. He was very cautious. Sure. Yu Hong waved his hand, fetching some vortex talisman plates and ordinary talisman plates from the cave for old Zhou. Then he went back to continue practicing the infinite qi condensing technique. However, after closing the door and drinking some water, as he was about to pull down the shutter, Yu Hong saw old Zhou by the courtyard wall, exchanging something with Ding Xiao across the wall through a talisman plate. It appeared they were exchanging a multifunctional pocket knife. Yu Hong shook his head but did not stop them, pulled down the shutter, and turned around to continue practicing his cultivation technique. He had to master the infinite qi condensing technique early to rapidly increase his inner qi cultivation progress. The practice of the infinite qi condensing technique proceeded without any surprises, everything falling naturally into place. Clearly, this cultivation technique was a special version tailored specifically to the black mark for him. 3 days passed in a blink. On the night of the third day, the time displayed on a detector standing by 11:15 p.m. inside the basement of the cave. Yu Hong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. A faint current of air, centered around his body, began to swirl subtly but then quickly dissipated, as if it were an illusion. It's done. He exhaled deeply. This auxiliary internal cultivation method had a straightforward main process. Essentially, it involved diverting one's focus outward to find particles suitable for oneself and, through the rapid conversion by the black mark, allowing these particles to rapidly become part of oneself under the influence of inner strength, thus greatly accelerating inner qi cultivation. Essentially, it's actually a practice skill. You can achieve it with more practice. The key is that it extremely complements myself. Yu Hong lifted his hand. After practicing this cultivation technique, he felt his perception of the surrounding environment had greatly enhanced, as if he could sense the countless tiny particles suspended in the air around him at all times. Next, let's try the thunderbolt leg technique. With a trace of expectation, he finally began to practice the thunderbolt leg, which he hadn't practiced for a long time, after 3 days. With a mere thought, the inner chi in his lower abdomen began to swirl like a vortex, rotating at high speed. Ordinarily, the inner chi refinement of the thunderbolt leg technique directly absorbed countless particles from the surroundings. But this time, the particles it absorbed were the matching particles pre-absorbed by the infinite chi condensing technique. The infinite chi condensing technique acted like a pre-filter, absorbing suitable particles first, then allowing the inner strength of the thunderbolt leg to absorb and transform them. This practice made Yu Hong unwittingly reveal an ecstatic expression. He felt his transformation speed of inner chi was faster than he could have imagined compared to before. While previously at the second level of the thunderbolt leg technique, he had only accumulated 2 strands of inner chi, and the third strand was only half accumulated. Yet, with the aid of the infinite chi condensing technique, this half-accumulated third strand of inner chi rapidly expanded and solidified like an inflating balloon. This condensation speed was so fast that it was estimated to complete the chi condensation in less than 3 days. With this rate, my refining speed of 1 strand of inner chi on the second level should be about 1 strand per week. The speed of chi cultivation has improved by at least half, Yu Hong estimated joyfully in his heart. The fullness of inner chi determined the recovery speed of the black lizard, luminous grass, and also dictated the frequency of his finishing moves during combat. The significant improvement in the speed of chi cultivation plunged Yu Hong into a fervent state of secluded training. The imminent peril of the black disaster gave him a strong sense of urgency. Soon, another 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. At the outer perimeter of the Black Wind Camp, sparse luminous grass spread across the ground, enveloping the entire camp in a big circle. After successfully forming the third strand of inner chi, Yu Hong and Old Zhou began to build a new courtyard wall along the perimeter of the big circle. The construction method was simple. They first dug a clear and evident trench to mark the specific boundary. The trench, about 1 meter deep, after being dug, was helped by Ding Xiao and another to insert thick wooden planks and a large number of coarse branches into the ground to secure them, forming a rudimentary fence. Relying on the resources of the camp to survive, these two naturally came to do the heavy lifting as called upon by Yu Hong. The range of the big circle was completed in only half a day with the efforts of 4 people. From now on, this fence-enclosed area will be our secondary safety camp boundary. Don't go out to the farther exterior. It's much more dangerous, he instructed Old Zhou and Izina. The two were wandering within the new boundaries. Though the diameter had only expanded by a few meters, the area enclosed was much larger than before. It included a few trees, slopes, rocks, and patches of weeds. I understand. The new safety zone contains quite a bit of humus and wild vegetables. We could get some seeds and seedlings to plant. There are a few types of hardy weeds that grow easily. We could plant them inside the fence. Old Zhou was already enthusiastically starting to allocate uses for the new area. And these dozen trees, if we could get cameras, we could easily set up a simple monitoring system to cover the entire camp's surroundings. A pity that the fog is too thick and visibility is not far. Additionally, if we later welcome more people into the camp, the living arrangements can easily be sorted out. Seeing his enthusiasm and organized planning, Yu Hong straightforwardly spoke up. All right then, you take care of assigning the living arrangements and such in the future. All good? Acting as a future camp director, he joked. Sure. Leave it to me, Zhou Shuiguang promised, patting his chest enthusiastically. Since coming to this camp, these have been the most stable days I've had since the black disaster hit. Even when I was on the front line, despite other units covering us, I never felt as at ease as I do here. He had vaguely sensed that something outside the camp was discreetly driving away the shadow. But with his sensitivity, he could not detect what it was. Yet from his probe into Yu Hong's background, he surmised that it definitely had something to do with the boss. That's right. I have special technical means to monitor the safety of the camp's perimeter at any time, so I will send an early warning if there's any danger. Yu Hong nodded. That's good. But to tell the truth, now that we have water and power, the only thing we lack is a greater sense of security. If we could build the surrounding walls and coat them with sunlight material, the safety would greatly increase. This material naturally emits a kind of invisible radiation that Black Disaster extremely detests, automatically keeping it away from here. Unless the crowd gathers in large numbers, attracting more than the repelling effect, it would attract a Black Disaster attack, Old Zhou explained. Yu Hong nodded in agreement, gazing at the newly demarcated secondary safety zone, feeling a hint of accomplishment in his heart. Building such a large safe camp in such a dangerous environment was no easy feat, and only he knew this. Mr. You. At that moment, Ding Xiao approached from not far away, raising her hand to indicate she was unarmed. Can we talk? She asked sincerely, her calm gaze resting on Yu Hong's face. Chapter 147, Cultivation 3. Okay. Yu Hong glanced at Old Zhou. The latter gave a knowingly ambiguous smile and ran off to take care of Izina. Take your time. He quickly left the spot, leaving the two standing a few meters apart. Mr. You, during this period of observation, we have come to see you as a leader worthy of respect. So, Lingling and I have discussed carefully and would like to formally apply to join your camp, if you don't mind. Ding Xiao spoke softly, her expression sincere.
Yu Hong.
He hadn't quite understood their line of thinking. No, the issue now is that I really don't need you to join the camp. Observing? Whether you observe me or think I deserve respect has nothing to do with me. He couldn't help but be blunt. He indeed lacked manpower, but if new members could cause discord at the camp, he would rather not have them. These two had problematic thoughts, not the type he needed. Oh? Ding Xiao was surprised upon hearing this. Not just her, but Yao Feiling, who had stealthily approached to eavesdrop, also trembled. Both hadn't anticipated this response from Yu Hong. No. Do you know how strong our capabilities are? Yao Feiling couldn't help but step closer. With her and Sister Ding's abilities, looks and figures, they were extremely eye-catching and popular wherever they went. Whether you're strong or not doesn't concern me. I need honest, ordinary skilled people. If you can't be ordinary, stay away from here, Yu Hong said dismissively. You jerk. Yao Feiling felt a surge of anger rise in her heart. Facing his expressionless, annoying face, she wanted to slap him right then. But she knew that if they resorted to violence, she and Sister Ding would definitely not be able to join the camp. Suppressing her anger, Ding Xiao, sensing the unfavorable situation, forcibly pulled her away, and they returned to their temporary dwelling. Inside the camp, sitting in a hammock, they looked at the notch caused by an attack from a small multi-eyed bird the previous night, feeling quite displeased. They brought up joining the camp again, mainly because there had been sightings of multi-eyed birds in the sky recently. They could barely manage the small ones, but the larger multi-eyed birds. For safety, they decided to discuss joining the camp with Yu Hong again. Just as they started, they almost ended up hitting him. Sister Ding. Look at that guy, he's so infuriating. If it weren't for you holding me back, I would have slapped him right then. What does he mean by not normal? Saying we're not normal? He's the one who's perfectly normal? In the swaying hammock, Yao Feiling clenched her fists in anger, crackling sounds erupting from them. Yu Hong is physically strong, capable of managing a camp, and he might also be enhanced. If you confront him up close, you'll surely be at a disadvantage. We're both speed-enhanced. Long-range firearms are our forte. Plus, once a fight starts, win or lose, we won't be welcomed into the camp. Ding Xiao comforted and cautioned simultaneously. So what do we do? If the large multi-eyed bird approaches, our defenses will definitely be inadequate. We won't be able to drive it away without crippling it, Yao Feiling said anxiously after calming down. I'll ask again later to see what conditions Yu Hong wants to let us join, Ding Xiao sighed. Why not just skip asking and take over the camp ourselves? Yao Feiling grumbled discontentedly. We can't. They generously provided us with a water source. Ding Xiao shook her head. This is not okay. That's not okay. What should we do? Yao Feiling burst out in frustration. Wait, could it be? That guy is deliberately waiting for the multi-eyed bird? Waiting for us to be overwhelmed and have to beg him so he can do whatever he wants with us. She suddenly had a smart thought. It's not impossible, Ding Xiao thought and felt something wasn't right. In that case, let's just take over the camp, Yao Feiling decisively said. We can't stop the huge multi-eyed bird chasing us. We'll definitely die if it catches us. Now Ding Xiao was at a loss. To survive, perhaps there really was only, but the basic moral line still suppressed the thought. She shook her head. No matter if we can succeed or not, how are we any different from those disgusting people from before? So annoying. Annoying. Yao Feiling raged. Are we just supposed to wait here to die? Ding Xiao remained silent in response. Asterisk. 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 Inside the cave, Yu Hong stood on one foot, the toes of the other lightly touching the ground, concentrating and gathering his inner energy. Whoosh! A sound like rocks crumbling, breaking into countless fragments, suddenly arose in his heart. In an instant, Yu Hong's right leg swept up, moving forward like a whip, tracing an arc. Not only that, but his body spun with continuous sweeps forward from his legs, kicking out a series of sharp, invisible air currents. His relentless leg whips, like a mixer, continuously stirred the air in the basement, generating fierce, directional winds. Whir. His leg movements blurred, gradually generating a small gray vortex in the basement. The vortex centered around him, gradually enveloping him and twisting the air and light around. Snap! He stopped abruptly, retracting his leg. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. This is the true Thunderbolt leg. Yu Hong always had a great doubt why in his previous life, those highly skilled martial artists he saw had such inexhaustible inner strength. Even the poorer masters could sustain at least one fight. But for him, inner chi could only sustain 2 moves, which seemed highly abnormal. Now that he had successfully condensed 3 streams of inner chi with the aid of the infinite chi condensing technique, he gradually discovered a technique about the use of inner chi. This was a trick that people who had been in many real battles might easily notice. That was to contain but not release. Inner chi was contained within the moves, used only to slightly amplify the speed, strength, and physique, and not to explode all at once. Such a technique was indeed a sustainable way to use it. With the technique of containing but not releasing, as long as a stream of inner chi isn't consumed heavily, it can continuously enhance, increasing the speed, strength, and hardness of skin and muscles by about 30% compared to my normal state. He moved his legs. Causes of intense consumption of inner chi can be summed up from what I have previously encountered as follows. 1. Complete and significant self-amplification, which can reach twice my normal state or even more. 2. Used for protection when hit by a strong attack. 3. Inner chi used for luminous stones, black lizards, and talisman array. After summarizing the details of inner chi, Yu Hong was quite satisfied. He maintained the state of containing without releasing and practiced the entire set of Thunderbolt leg technique. After practicing the Thunderbolt leg technique for a while, his moves and body techniques were much stronger than the clunky clumsiness of before. Between each movement, his legs flipped, attacking forward tirelessly like a thunderstorm, with great momentum, heavy power, and rapid speed, combining the force and velocity of a cheetah. Especially under the state of inner chi infused without releasing during the Thunderbolt leg technique. He discovered that when he executed more than 10 consecutive moves, a transparent airflow would surround him. He wasn't sure what this layer of airflow did, as it was weak and thin, not even capable of obstructing the line of sight, but perhaps its effects would become apparent once his inner chi grew stronger. Swish! He instantly retracted his legs and stood still, exuding an indescribable contrast with his broad physique. Despite his massive body weighing over 400 pounds, broad shoulders, robust muscles, and height over 1.8 meters, his movements were agile like a giant bat, seemingly unaffected by physical inertia in all directions, unpredictable. The lightness contrasted starkly with his heavy, large body, creating an unexpectedly uncomfortable impact. Now that my moves have become more agile, and my stance is much steadier than before, using the previous reinforced polar bear suit seems somewhat inappropriate. He carefully thought it over. I need a suit now that doesn't hinder body movements, provides enough protection against most firearms, and has detection, anti-poison, and waterproof capabilities. It would be best if it could also integrate an oxygen tank to prevent situations where external breathing isn't possible. He grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat off his body, walked down to the first floor, and gulped down a glass of water. He put down the glass and went to the door. He opened the ventilation hole to air out. It was early evening outside, the twilight gray mingling with mist, creating a gloomy, damp discomfort. Looking through the peephole, the mountains and fields were gray-white, the rough paths on either side were also gray-white. The sun is becoming scarcer, photosynthesis will diminish, carbon dioxide concentration will increase, and the oxygen in the atmosphere will definitely become scarcer. But fortunately, the creatures that consume oxygen are also becoming scarcer. More dead creatures somehow turned into a good thing for improving the concentration of atmospheric gases. It was somewhat ironic. He picked up the detector. Yu Hong glanced at the time. 1:12 p.m. It's getting earlier. The days are becoming shorter. Let's go back and train a bit more, refine more inner chi. Then I'll be more confident after that, he thought, turning to leave. Suddenly, he saw something emerging outside the newly built fence in the distance. The luminescence from luminous stone grass and adjusted lights penetrated the mist, illuminating the scene outside. A black tick the size of a rhinoceros was slowly emerging from the mist. This creature was even bigger than before, previously only over 2 meters tall, now almost 2.5 meters, with a body length reaching 6 meters, its 8 legs densely packed like needle points stabbing into the ground, leaving behind rows of small holes. Under the gray light, Yu Hong was seeing this creature clearly for the first time. These giant ticks, known as big skin, usually appeared at night, so under insufficient light conditions, it was impossible to see them clearly. But now, things were different. It was still daylight, and this thing had already come out. Is it because of the high red value? Yu Hong felt heavy-hearted. This giant tick, also known as big skin, from a distance looked like a watermelon seed with 8 thin legs, its head pointed, with 2 black eyes far apart like those of a crab. The most striking feature was its mouthparts. They were a black, spike-like structure, glossy under the light of the lamps. Small, dense, gray barbs would intermittently pop out from around the spike, resembling a thick straw covered in barbs. Yu Hong knew at a glance, such a structure was perfectly suited to penetrate flesh and prevent being pulled out by external forces. If forcibly removed, it would tear apart a large chunk of flesh in an instant, killing the victim instantly. Black lizards can't thwart this kind of blood-tied monster. He sighed silently. Black lizards at most could deal with the weakest shadows or drive away small creatures. Like big skin this hefty. Chapter 148. Cultivation 4. This passing big skin seemed to have noticed that the camp's territory had expanded. Faced with the newly built fence, it appeared somewhat hesitant, wanting to burst in, yet it was repulsed by the sparse luminous stone grass on the ground. Soon, amidst the mountain mist, 2 more big skins slowly crawled out. The 3 big skins stopped outside the new fence, seemingly dissatisfied with it. Poof! A spit from a black lizard shot out, landing precisely between the eyes of one of the big skins. The sizzling corrosive toxin made the shell emit faint black smoke. But soon, the black smoke disappeared, leaving only a basin-sized dent on the big skin's body. The big skin didn't care about this minor injury, for its massive size meant that such damage was merely superficial. Inside the camp courtyard, Zhou Shuiguang also noticed the 3 big skins lingering outside. He opened the door and stepped out of the wooden cabin, holding a symbol board in one hand and a black pistol in the other. He first went to the small window of the cabin where Nana and Dr. Su stayed, knocked on it, whispered a few reminders, then looked toward Yu Hong's direction. The two exchanged glances, and Yu Hong gestured, indicating for him to go back and hide while he handled it. This was the moment for the secondary safe zone to truly be tested. If they succeeded in driving away the big skins, it would basically ensure the stability of the new secondary safe zone. However, it seemed that the situation was not looking favorable. Click. Yu Hong pushed the door open and stepped out, already clad in the reinforced gray lizard suit. As he walked out into the secondary safe zone, beyond the fence, the three big skins began to stir. They sensed the presence of living creatures and moved forward, the closest one almost touching the wooden fence. This distance was already very close. Yu Hong stopped at an appropriate distance. He didn't really value the secondary safe zone. He only planned to use it as a buffer zone for the yard. After all, even to grow lightless mushrooms, he needed enough humus and some other miscellaneous outdoor materials. Additionally, wild vegetables and such required some planting space. So a small woodland area was necessary for the breeding cycle. But now, a more urgent high-risk black disaster needed to be dealt with first. Otherwise, even if the secondary safe zone was completed, it wouldn't mean much. And his main intention in stepping out now was to test the new technique of Thunderbolt Leg. Honk! In the distant mountains and forests, the characteristic call of the multi-eyed bird echoed. Honk! 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 Not just one. Yu Hong judged the number of calls. He faintly heard a piercing gunfire too, indicating that someone was fighting the multi-eyed bird. Without expression, he pulled down his helmet, goggles, and mask. The inner chi of the Thunderbolt Leg swiftly flooded into his legs, held back from being released, only slowly exerting its most basic amplification effect. This consumption was extremely minimal. Before making a move, he suddenly recalled the small ruby he had obtained earlier, which was scraped off the big crow. I wonder if there might be something similar on this big skin now? At this moment, one of the big skins finally couldn't hold back anymore, and its massive body charged towards the wooden fence. Simultaneously, it emitted a piercing hissing sound, its version of a roar. Hiss! A stream of black gas sprayed from the big skin's mouth, turning into a gray-black wind, falling onto Yu Hong and bringing with it a strong stench, like the foul odor of rotting protein. Where should I hit this guy? Yu Hong observed the creature, always feeling unsure of where to strike. Forget it. After a moment of hesitation, he exhaled. His right foot stepped forward, toe pointing to the ground. Just aim for the meatiest part. He arched his body slightly, charging against the big skin coming straight at him. Bang! The fence shattered, and the big skin, like a black van, crashed heavily toward Yu Hong. Its huge body brought with it a strong wind, sending fallen leaves swirling and breaking around the ground. In the dusk, those dark, shiny insect eyes revealed nothing but pure malice and desire for slaughter.
No evasión, no hesitación.
Yu Hong took a deep breath. Hiss! Suddenly stepped forward and spun. Side kick. His right leg whistled through the air, producing a peculiar laughing sound as it pierced through. Ha 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 ha! Boom! In an instant, the big and small collided. The thunderous sound of the Thunderbolt Leg, after being combined and released, was completely devoid of the previous grand intensity. Boom! A large spray of black smoke scattered at the impact point. Under the massive hit, the big skin's body tilted, as if turning over, was kicked and veered to the left. It let out a pained hiss and was slammed against a tree on the left with immense force, causing the entire trunk to shake and tremble. Before it could rise, a figure flickered to its side. The tip of the foot hooked, astonishingly lifting half the big skin's body over a meter into the air, followed by a side sweep kick. The eerie, sharp laughter of the Thunderbolt Leg rang out again. Ha 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 ha! This sweep kick, like a cannonball, hit the big skin's side directly. The enormous force smashed the shell to pieces, and the power shot through, causing more than half of the big skin's body to cave in. The other two big skins, seeing the situation, charged toward Yu Hong, who had paused. But before they could get close, accompanied by the strange, sharp laughter, Yu Hong suddenly dashed forward, arriving before the second big skin. Boom! A mass of twisting black gas exploded between the man and the insect. The big skin had 3 leg joints broken by a kick, lost balance, fell to the ground, and was hit in the face by a front kick from Yu Hong. Its head, along with all its mouth parts, was forcefully rammed inward, as if its head had been removed in one stroke. Ha 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 ha! The eerie, sharp laughter rang out once more. Yu Hong suddenly appeared before the third big skin. His legs whirled in a chain. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous heavy kicks shattered and knocked off the big skin's shell like being struck by a sledgehammer. With every hit, its body shivered violently. The final blow. Yu Hong suddenly leaped, knee down, crashing like a meteor. Boom! The knee smashed down heavily on the last big skin's back. The back caved in, the shell shattered. The big skin howled on the spot. Its body rapidly crumbled, turning into a vast black smoke and dissipating entirely. Meanwhile, the other 2 big skins also dissipated themselves as he dealt with the third one. Yu Hong landed on the ground, stood up, and his face showed a bit of dissatisfaction. Asterisk without weapons. Handling these large creatures was ultimately not quite convenient. Asterisk. Asterisk leg techniques and fist techniques are indeed very handy for fighting humans or small adversaries, but for the big guys, a weapon of sufficient length is necessary to hasten the battle. Asterisk. He looked at the mess of the woodland in front of him and flexed the slightly engorged muscles in his legs. The 3 big skins could now be dealt with easily by him without tools or weapons. This was progress. The danger level of big skin was grade 2, also the extreme individual that humans could handle with their own strengthened bodies. The completely reinforced humans after training could face up to this level. But that's far from my limit. Yu Hong didn't even release his inner chi, nor did he detonate it. If he had, the outcome would have been more dramatic. He stood there pondering for a while. He was about to turn and return to the camp. Honk! Ah! Suddenly a miserable cry accompanied the call of a multi-eyed bird from afar. Asterisk those 2.
Astérisque Yu Hong spéculated.
He glanced in that direction but paid no attention. Ding Xiao and his group never particularly pleased him, not chasing them away usually, but at this time it was naturally impossible to help them. But just as he wanted to go back, something in the mist seemed unwilling for him to leave. Bang! 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 With heavy footsteps approaching. A gigantic black worm, 6 meters tall and over 10 meters long, like a small house, was slowly advancing this way. In the gloom, its enormous eyes, as big as watermelons, stared unblinkingly at Yu Hong. Elephant worm. Danger level 3, the highest class monster appearing in the blood tide during normal times. Compared to this creature, Yu Hong, barely 1.8 meters tall, was just a little dot, completely inconspicuous. Nonetheless, as their distance closed, faint twisting currents gradually swirled around him. A low, eerie laughter occasionally sounded around him, like an illusion. Seemingly sensing some special aura, the elephant worm halted, coming to a stop 5 meters from Yu Hong. 5 meters, which for it was practically an arm's reach. But at this distance, the elephant worm halted completely. It watched Yu Hong silently from above. Bang! More than 10 seconds later, it slowly turned, walking towards the forest in another direction, not looking back as it gradually vanished within the mist. Yu Hong squinted, watching it leave. It was naturally best not to fight, yet he didn't know why. Moments ago, he seemed to perceive a flicker of apprehension in the creature's eyes. Conscious apprehension. But could an elephant worm be conscious too? Asterisk. 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 In a collapsed office building basement on the outskirts of Baihe City. The night is falling earlier. Oli, clutching a freshly found box of ramen, crawled into the basement, shut the door behind him, trembling from the cold, breath-forming white puffs visible in the evidently frigid temperature. The basement had a standard 3-room and 1-hall layout. Everyone in Xuanningning's team was here, each huddled in their corners, some resting, some writing, and others staring blankly at the wall. Besides that, A short-haired girl wearing glasses and a respirator was leaning over a table, organizing a messy pile of fragmented newspapers and papers. The dim basement was lit only by reserve lighting transmitted via solar power. We can't keep hiding here. Living off scavenged supplies will eventually lead to problems. What's the next step? We need to plan ahead. Schweningning came forward, took the ramen box from Oli, and gently reminded. Hope City is gone. The freighter is gone too. We're doomed. Now nowhere to go. Chun Xiaoxing murmured in despair, leaning against the wall. Everyone, whatever it is you wish to do, better start now, before dying and leaving regrets. Fang Shijun said nonchalantly. Speaking of which, this lady here hasn't tried what a man feels like yet. Anyone fancy giving it a whirl? I want to find my mom. Chun Xiaoxing seemed lost in his own world, not hearing a word from this side. I wonder how my sister is now. She'd be heartbroken if anything happened to her. Schweningning smiled bitterly. And Lin Yi didn't show any disheartened expression on her face, but instead looked at the short-haired girl by the table. Is there a lead? She asked. She wasn't afraid of death or pain. Even with the dangers outside, she wanted to go out, mainly to uncover the truth behind her mother's death and find the whereabouts of her father and grandfather. Apart from these, she also worried about Yu Hong and Dr. Su. But in such an environment, no one could do anything. Holding on to one's life was already challenging enough. Recently, she wanted to find a solar car to return to Baiqiu village. But then, Anin, who teamed up with her in this search, unexpectedly found some clues and was now delving deeper. Yes, found a little. The short-haired girl nodded, replying without looking up. She pulled out a slightly old and yellowed magazine. The cover depicted a dilapidated and mysterious little mountain village, in black and white tones, with blank-faced people, evoking an inexplicable sense of depression. Above the picture was the magazine's title, East River Secrets. Is your father's name Lin Handong? Anin asked. Yes, that's him. Stammering Yi was overjoyed, her face showing emotion. Yes, here it mentions a reporter encountering a middle-aged man named Lin Handong while interviewing in the village. Anin nodded. The location? Lin Yi asked excitedly. Black Tree Village, well, it's a place quite far from us, Anin replied. Chapter 149, Attitude 1. 2 days later, Black Wind Camp inside the cave. Yu Hong carried a can of sunlight material paint and held the instruction manual, feeling somewhat surprised in his heart. Before strengthening this thing, he thought at most it would just enhance the sunlight material to become a stronger version, better camouflage effect, improved repelling effect. But now, after it was really enhanced, he realized that this thing was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Like many other items before, the sunlight generation paint, after being strengthened, came with an instruction manual. It detailed the effects of the paint after enhancement with plenty of writing. Sunlight No. 1 paint, also known as Venus No. 1 protective paint, it provides a rather strong camouflage capability after application, significantly reducing the attention drawn to the painted object. When I strengthened it, I didn't give any direction. I let it enhance randomly, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Holding the paint, he didn't even need to think to know that this Venus No. 1 was definitely much stronger than the previous camouflage ability. 3 days of enhancement couldn't have been in vain. While the high-risk black disaster still hadn't arrived, he decided to first try applying it to see the effects. Walking out of the cave, he carried the paint and took a round trip around the camp. Boss, are you preparing to apply Sunlight No. 1? Old Joe approached and asked quietly as he saw the situation. Yep. Any suggestions? This is my improved version that can enhance camouflage capabilities and reduce the chances of being discovered by the black disaster. Yu Hong shamelessly continued to establish his image as a scientific researcher. Boss is so talented. Old Joe gave a thumbs up. Speaking of ideas, I actually have one. This amount of paint, in fact, if you really apply it everywhere, it won't be of much use. It's better to use it primarily on your vehicle. The vehicle? Yu Hong narrowed his eyes, carefully looking at the paint. There was probably just enough to cover the outer layer of the cave, But this use was actually not very meaningful as it wouldn't enhance the defenses of the camp's exterior. On the other hand, if used on the vehicle going out to search for supplies, save people, or gather talent, it would greatly enhance safety. That makes sense. He nodded in agreement. Anything else? Any more suggestions? There's also the way we used it on the front lines before, directly soaking and applying it to weapons. For example, applying it to some high-powered luminous stone bombs. Of course, we used it to increase the power, but after your improvements, it can completely increase the weapon's concealment. Like pulling it out in front of the Black Disaster and throwing it out. Old Joe couldn't help but laugh. Yu Hong laughed as well. This idea was creative. That's a good idea, he agreed with a nod. There's also a similar use like the water supply system. If I remember correctly, your cave stronghold still lacks a ventilation system, right? It can also be reserved to enhance the ventilation system. This material can effectively prevent things like shadow bugs from penetrating. Old Joe's suggestions were all very appropriate. Yu Hong thought for a moment and decided to save it for now, to use on the vehicle when it returned. Carrying the paint back to the camp, just as he entered, he heard the strange cries in the distance once again. Those two women haven't come by these last couple of days, have they? He asked casually. Yep, haven't seen them. Probably tangled up with the multi-eyed birds. Old Joe nodded without any special reaction. He was a perceptive man, knowing the boss didn't like those two, so he decidedly didn't mention offering help. Although both women were good-looking and well-formed, he had seen plenty of pretty female soldiers at the front, and he'd become numb to how many people died. Whether pretty or not, it's just a matter of where the flesh happens to be. Once a bullet goes through, everyone's the same.
Multi-eyed birds. Ha!
Yu Hong didn't show any reaction. But in his mind, he was considering if those two women couldn't withstand the multi-eyed birds. They might try everything to join the camp. But if they didn't have strong enough weapons for protection, even if it was the camp, could it really stop the multi-eyed birds? If those two women come by in the next few days, be careful. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. Harried by the multi-eyed birds, they might cause trouble, he warned. Got it, Old Joe nodded. He was a veteran with firearms and bullets provided by Yu Hong. Although not many, being on alert for an attack from the two women was not a big problem. Of course, Yu Hong couldn't place all his hope on him alone. The patrols of the Black Lizards could also ensure that the secondary security perimeter around the camp would not be breached. Back in the cave, he continued to diligently practice the Thunderbolt leg technique while using the Black Mark to produce a large number of Vortex Talisman plates. The luminous stone powder needed to make the talisman array also required strengthening regular luminous stones, so the Black Mark was indispensable everywhere. Ding Xiao and her companion had previously dug up hundreds of pounds of regular luminous stone to exchange for water, which was just enough for the strengthening and would last a long time. Time passed slowly in this stable training period. In the blink of an eye, another week gone by. Inside the cave, Yu Hong extended one leg forward, his toes lightly touching the ground, his knee lifted, eyes tightly closed. Invisible, tiny particles flowed consecutively into his skin through the surrounding unknown vacuum. After the circulation of the infinite qi condensing technique and refinement by the Black Mark, these particles rapidly converged into his dantian, transforming into the inner qi of the Thunderbolt leg technique. Success. Suddenly, his mind seemed to explode with a faint sound. Yu Hong opened his eyes. His skin and muscles all over his body suddenly tensed up before gradually relaxing. In his abdomen, the fourth strand of inner qi had taken shape. The accelerated effect of the infinite qi condensing technique is now fully displayed. Indeed, it's worth the price. He had just condensed the third strand of inner qi, which, just as he expected, the fourth strand took just over a week to form. Compared to the painfully slow process of condensing one strand of inner qi a month before, this was unimaginably faster. It looks like it's almost time for the high-risk Black Disaster. He ended his practice, wiped off his sweat, and went upstairs. Old Lee had not returned yet, but the high-risk Black Disaster was about to arrive. He turned on the communicator, sat down at the wooden table with a thump, and poured himself a glass of water. Yu Hong has arrived, and the red value radiation has started to soar over there. Zhang Kaijun's voice came from the communicator. An 8th grade high-concentration radiation cloud has moved to your surrounding area. Don't go outside if it's not necessary these next few days. Understood.
Yuhong repliait.
Still can't determine what type it is? Can't. I can only observe the general direction of change from the macro satellite cloud map, Zhang Kaijun answered. No worries, I appreciate it. I have pretty much prepared everything I can hear, Yuhong sighed. Vortex talisman plates, luminous stone talisman plates, radiation hand grenades. In these days, he had continuously made a large number of them, mainly focusing on producing radiation hand grenades. There were now over 130 of them placed in the corner. If it weren't for the fact that the vortex talisman plates inside needed to absorb radiation to full capacity for black mark optimization, he estimated he could make over 150. All 9 black lizards had also fully matured and were evenly patrolling the area automatically, ensuring basic security. Underground fencing in the secondary security zone, a circle of vortex talisman arrays had been buried as traps. As soon as a gun was shot or a heavy footstep fractured the ground, causing the talisman array to break, it would instantly release a vast amount of negative value radiation. The fence was also densely covered with new vortex talisman plates. These storage-type talisman plates were very useful and could also serve as powerful, disposable bombs against the Black Disaster. This time, Yuhong had prepared to the utmost. Pity all I have are one-time explosive weapons. If only I had a continuous area protection method, it wouldn't be such a hassle. Having to hurriedly replenish after one is triggered is inconvenient. If there were self-replenishing and repairing techniques, that would be great. Such an idea surfaced in Yuhong's mind. Meanwhile, the communicator was still buzzing on the other side. What about Guanchao? Why haven't we heard him online these last few days? Zhang Kaijun was asking Wei Song. I don't know. The last time I talked to him the day before yesterday, there seemed to be some malfunction at his base, and he went offline to repair it. He hasn't come back on, Wei Song replied, with a somewhat concerned tone. He's too far underground for me to observe anything. He has to rely on himself, Zhang Kaijun replied gravely. He's alone underground, he should be fine. There isn't much other interaction, Yuhong offered reassurance. Speaking of which, I just received a clue last night. It's from the Blood Attraction Force elites of the newly joined Aurora City. They delved into the high-risk mining area relics and discovered some of the origins of the Black Disaster. Zhang Kaijun continued. What does that mean? Wei Song's tone deepened. Have they finally made progress in investigating the origin of the Black Disaster? Yeah, after old Joe told me, I went to investigate the Misha family and indeed found some peculiarities. After the Black Disaster broke out, the people from this family strangely disappeared collectively from their family estate. I mobilized a lot of resources, and aside from myself, I found another power that had been investigating them years ago. From the investigation records of this power, I found that the Misha didn't live in Hope City nor in Aurora City, and their traces couldn't be found anywhere. Only occasionally did news of Misha people come from near the remnants of relics around the world. Are they avoiding something?
Yuhong froned.
Possibly. The power is vast, but since it was investigated by frontline personnel and recorded, I can fish out relevant records too, Zhang Kaijun answered. Of course, during peacetime, I would have been discovered by them already. But now, with the collapse of order and countless deaths, the force searching might also have been severely weakened, no longer able to continue their previous searches. Talk about the Black Disaster origins progress. Wei Song steered the conversation back. It's simple. In the Yarn Aurora City near Flirica, which is near the first outbreak site of the Black Disaster, Flirica's Blood Attraction Force went deep there and found a new secret chamber. They say it was discovered when they used explosive weapons and caused part of the cave structure to collapse, burying people inside. Later, when enhanced humans were digging the exit, they accidentally unearthed a new secret chamber. It seems like a significant discovery, Yuhong said softly. Yes. Inside, they found compelling evidence of the Misha family's deep involvement in the outbreak of the Black Disaster. So now, Flirica's higher-ups are notifying the world, hoping all the Allied forces' high commands can help find the Misha family. Zhang Kaijun went on. What's the use of finding them now? Can they stop the Black Disaster? Yu Hong asked with a frown. The intelligence indicates that before the Black Disaster broke out, the Misha family frequented that secret cave, consistently removing ancient paintings, artifacts, to sell and support their family's expenses. And then the Black Disaster broke out? From that place where they took things. Wei Song spoke up. Chapter 150, Attitude 2. Yes, Zhang Kaijun said in a heavy voice. According to investigations, many of the antique murals the Misha family sold off are related to relic runes and contain quite a bit of gold and silver antiques. Although there's no direct evidence proving they triggered the Black Disaster, the Misha family is definitely connected to it. What's the use of finding them now? Wei Song sighed. Enough people have already died. But what if we could completely shut down the Black Disaster? Zhang Kaijun insisted. Are you suggesting we can put all the Black Disasters back in the world? The two of them chatted back and forth, with Yu Hong mostly listening in on the side while he continuously made new radiation hand grenades. With these as his confidence, he feared nothing, no matter which of the three types of Black Disasters approached. After the communication ended, Yu Hong also made 6 more radiation hand grenades. He stood up, put on his suit, and prepared to be on standby at any moment. At the same time, he stepped out of the courtyard and reminded old Zhou to be cautious during these times. He had long passed on the intelligence information about the 3 dangerous types of Black Disasters to Zhou Shuaguang, and asked him to share it with Nana and Dr. Su. As for the 2 women outside, he also had old Zhou give them a heads up to avoid this area. It was out of humanitarianism. Whether they listened or not was none of his concern. Asterisk. 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 More than 10 kilometers away from Black Wind Camp. A broken-down black sedan, covered in dried bloodstains, was moving along the highway at an unhurried pace. The windows were shattered, and the tires were flat, yet the car moved eerily silently, without a sound of tires crushing the road. Through the window, one could see a middle-aged man with glasses sitting in the driver's seat. Dressed like a successful businessman in a black suit and red tie, the man had a slightly chubby face with a neatly trimmed mustache over his mouth and nose. He drove with a smile, gazing straight ahead, as if he wasn't driving in the perilous wilds of Shadow but taking a short weekend trip to relax and breathe in the fresh air. Oddly, no matter what lay ahead on the road, the middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged. Smiling, he kept his eyes on the road ahead, always smiling. After a while, the black sedan approached the highway near Black Wind Camp. Suddenly, the car seemed to detect something, began to slow down, and then came to a gradual stop. Click. The door opened. The middle-aged man inside released the steering wheel, seemingly waiting for a passenger to get out. Click. The car door suddenly closed on its own. The sedan then slowly moved forward again, gradually heading into the distance and vanishing into the mist. Asterisk. 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 Black Wind Camp Inner Courtyard. This is some freshly air-dried beef jerky, mushroom jerky, and cockroach jerky. If you don't want them, I won't make any, old Zhou said, placing a large plastic bag in front of Yu Hong. As he opened the bag, yellow-brown pieces of mushroom jerky and lizard jerky mixed together were revealed. It hasn't rained lately, but the fog is too thick. There's only a little time in the morning for drying. It's getting harder to get by these days. Without the sun and with the air getting damper, we don't know what to do. Old Zhou sighed, his face showing some worry. Don't go out in the next few days, not even to the outer courtyard, and remember to stay inside, Yu Hong said as he picked up the bag, saying no more. Yeah, I know. By the way, those 2 women came again, they want to talk to you, old Zhou mentioned. Ignore them, Yu Hong replied. His gaze shifted towards the outer courtyard fence, where the fog was too thick to see clearly. Only indistinct silhouettes of people standing there could be made out. They have guns. I'm afraid they might get desperate. It's okay for me, but it would be troublesome for Nana and Dr. Su, old Zhou cautioned. You make a good point, Yu Hong conceded after some thought and nodded. These days, he had been entirely focused on practicing to enhance his inner chi and making grenades, with old Zhou handling everything else, and he was doing a good job. But Ding Xiao and Yao Feiling weren't an issue old Zhou could handle. With that in mind, Yu Hong put the bag inside the cave, then walked directly towards the figures. Exiting the inner courtyard and crossing the grass of the outer courtyard, he stopped inside the fence and looked at Ding Xiao and Yao Feiling, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Both women looked exhausted, with heavy dark circles under their eyes and their suits torn and blood-stained all over. Ding Xiao had lost her helmet, leaving only her face mask and goggles. Yao Feiling's previously carried rifle was gone, leaving only a long dagger holstered at her thigh. They both looked very haggard. As Yu Hong approached, Ding Xiao once again spoke with a pleading tone. "Mister, what will it take for you to let us join the camp?" The truth was, they weren't as disheveled as they appeared to be. They'd just been dealing with the multi-eyed bird for the past few days, suffering from lack of rest and running low on weapons and ammunition. They realized it would truly be dangerous to continue on their own. So the two crafted a strategy, first pretending to be in a miserable state to probe Yu Hong's thoughts and see if they could successfully join the camp. If they could, that would be best. If not, their feigned weakness would lower his guard, and then they would attack suddenly. Overpowering Yu Hong was the plan. After careful consideration, they contemplated taking old Zhou, Nana, and Dr. Su as hostages, but after observing from a distance, they realized that Yu Hong kept to himself in a cave with much stronger defenses and was unwilling to let the others enter, not even little Nana. This clearly indicated that Yu Hong was extremely selfish. Based on this conclusion, taking the others hostage was unlikely to achieve their goal and would instead alarm Yu Hong, causing him to hide in the cave and never come out. That would make taking over the camp much more difficult in the future. Therefore, to ensure success on their first attempt, they decided to make Yu Hong their target. First, they would show their own weakness, then tempt him with their beauty to lower his guard. Finally, they would move quickly to capture him. They also considered that Yu Hong might be a highly skilled individual, so it would be best not to harm him. Controlling him by incapacitating rather than killing him would be the best approach to make him serve them. Snapping back to the present, the two women intently watched Yu Hong, awaiting his response. "If you're willing to let us in." Ding Xiao bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed after just washing her face with camp water. "Ling Ling and I will do anything you ask." Unconsciously tugging at the front of her suit, she revealed a small gap. On one side, Yao Feiling wordlessly tugged at her companion and naturally leaned forward, pulling open her own suit at the chest to reveal a deep cleavage that far surpassed Ding Xiao's. "Yeah, just let us join and we can keep you company," she said with a mournful tone. "We can't take it anymore. We really can't stand it out there. If you want to join, it's not impossible," Yu Hong said, looking at the two girls in front of him. They were indeed quite beautiful and seemed to be quite capable, as they had managed to survive so many days outside, getting past the multi-eyed birds, hiding from the black disaster worms, and the elephant worms. Indeed, they had some skills. "You agree?" Both women were startled, their expressions showing ecstatic joy. But inside, they were already tensing up, ready to draw their guns at any moment. "There's a condition," Yu Hong nodded. "As long as you can do it, you can join the Black Wind camp." The two women had already subtly reached for the high-potency pistols strapped to their backs. "What's the condition?" Ding Xiao asked quickly. "Do you know the kind of rune that is drawn on the large pyroxene stone?" Yu Hong spoke seriously. "If you help me find 3 new runes that are different from the ones I have here, I'll accept you into the camp." He was thinking that, rather than letting these two die here for nothing, it would be better to make use of them to search for the runes. Finding 3 new runes would require them to search far and wide, and normally, they would need to visit 3 different relics to collect them all. The difficulty was enormous, and it was very likely to be a life-threatening endeavor. Old Li hadn't even returned with 1 type yet, let alone 3. Of course, if they really were capable of finding all 3, then Yu Hong would not mind letting them join. If they could achieve that, it would prove that the two of them had great capabilities and perhaps in the future he could send them to collect other runes as well. No matter what they chose, he would not lose out. That was Yu Hong's thought. 3 runes. Ding Xiao and Yao Feiling were a bit stunned. They were not clear about what this condition meant. They had indeed seen the runes on the large pyroxene stone, but they were completely clueless about the other runes. How to obtain them, where to find them, and the difficulty involved were all unknown to them. Originally, they thought Yu Hong was after their bodies, that he had finally reached the point where he would reveal his true nature. But, may I ask, where do we find these 3 runes? Ding Xiao asked in a low voice. Go to the relics near other luminous stone mines. Each relic will have only 1 unique rune, Yu Hong said. Upon hearing this, both women fell silent. In such a dangerous environment, they could barely handle a few more days outside, let alone traveling to an unknown distance to find relic runes. This wasn't giving them hope for joining. This was sending them to their deaths. I'm gonna kill you. Finally, an enraged roar. Yao Feiling raised her hand and drew her pistol, its safety already off, and aimed directly at Yu Hong's chest. Her finger pulled the trigger. Bang! Just at that moment, her cheek violently struck. A thick metal black glove slapped her across the left side of her face. The enormous force burst forth in an instant, piercing through the helmet, shattering the goggles, and landing on the delicate skin of her cheek. Whoosh! Yao Feiling was sent flying, her head facing outward as if her hair was grabbed, and she slammed heavily onto a large rock to her left. A dull sound echoed as she groaned in pain, dazed by the strike, her mind buzzing, leaning against the rock with her mind going blank and a nauseating feeling of wanting to vomit surging up. On the other side, Ding Xiao simultaneously drew her gun. Taking advantage of the moment Yu Hong moved to throw Lingling, she pulled the trigger like lightning. Pop, 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 pop. The continuous auto pistol's muzzle flared, firing 4 bullets in a blink, hitting Yu Hong squarely in the chest. Unexpectedly, the specially designed armor-piercing bullets hit Yu Hong's suit, only shattering the outer metallic shell, then got embedded in the ceramic layer in the middle, stuck and immobile. She was quick, and indeed all shots were fired, but the bullets seemed useless. Ding Xiao swallowed hard, looked up, and saw Yu Hong standing unmovably before her. Suddenly, she ducked, avoiding a slap, but she could not dodge the kick aimed at her lower abdomen. Bang! She was knocked flying backward, crashing into a tree trunk 3 meters away, with chips flying, slowly sliding down. Her body curled up into a ball, unable to move. The power difference was too great. With inner chi amplifying his strength, Yu Hong's power level was entirely on a different scale from theirs. Ah! I'm going to kill you! On the side, Yao Feiling screamed in fury, scrambling up and throwing a dark object at Yu Hong. As the object was thrown, a faint hissing sound filled the air. A grenade? Ding Xiao's heart leaped in alarm. At such a close distance, if it exploded, all 3 of them would be. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, the exaggerated blast force expanding, covering a 5-meter radius, slamming into all 3 of them. And crucially, Yao Feiling had silently counted down the wait time, throwing the grenade to explode on impact. Good Sister Ding Xiao was the first to be blown away, tumbling to the ground, her front side a bloody, charred mess, consciousness fading. Yao Feiling was likewise blasted into the air and smashed to the ground, unable to rise again.
Yu Hong.
He stood his ground, retreating several steps and crashing into a preset fence, breaking several thick branches. But that was all. His current physique, amplified by inner chi, could easily withstand the residual force that penetrated the reinforced suit.
Chapter 151, Attitude 3.
Slap, slap. Yu Hong dusted himself off and through the smoke, he saw 2 motionless figures on the ground. Another look at his own suit revealed a good amount of damage on the front, but the impact was only equivalent to being punched by his own strength. Apart from the damage to the suit, there was nothing else wrong. This is good. A chance to completely resolve a hidden danger. He walked forward, grabbed Yao Feiling's head, and lifted her up. With a temper like yours, How have you survived this long? He couldn't help but wonder. If the two of them had really taken the rune mission, they could have avoided the upcoming severe black disaster, since it didn't occur everywhere. That was the benefit of his good intentions. Unfortunately, these two couldn't wait to turn against him. Yao Feiling, with who knows how many broken bones, could only stare at Yu Hong filled with hatred. Why hate me? I've been living just fine here, and you had to come looking for death. I built this camp with my own hands, and it's my freedom to decide who stays and who goes, inviting you to leave. Holding on to her, Yu Hong walked over to Ding Xiao and kicked her with his foot. You're the one who had improper intentions towards us. Yao Feiling cursed intermittently. With an attitude like yours? Harboring improper intentions. Yu Hong couldn't help but laugh. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said, Do you think that because you have a pretty face and a good figure, everyone would covet your body? Yao Feiling didn't speak, but the hatred in her eyes unreservedly gave her answer. That's what she thought. That's simple. Yu Hong stretched out his hand and tore off her goggles and mask. Beneath was a beautiful face already ruined by the grenade blast, covered in bloody gashes from the shattered mask cutting into her skin. Your face is already destroyed now. Feel for yourself. Then, holding her, he came to a large tree. He pressed her chest against the tree trunk. Wait, what do you think you're doing? Yao Feiling suddenly felt a sense of doom and called out with difficulty. I'm curious to see what happens when you lose everything you're proud of, how you'll view others, Yu Hong said calmly. Momentarily after, Yu Hong released the unconscious Yao Feiling, allowing her to slide to the ground. All right, it's time to test the sisterly love between you two. He thoughtfully went back to the camp to get them some anti-inflammatory medicine, one for each person. In fact, Ding Xiao had already awakened. The constitution of an enhanced human was not to be underestimated. Ding Xiao was injured too, hit hard with a foot to her abdomen, and with her sister's grenade going off at close range, she certainly sustained a concussion and internal injuries. Although he didn't know why she was pretending to be unconscious, if Ding Xiao didn't help Yao Feiling, the latter might not survive tonight in such a dangerous environment. Truthfully, Yu Hong was most interested in Yao Feiling. He found it interesting to imagine the reaction of someone who believed everyone coveted her beauty when she lost it. With fewer and fewer living people around, he was becoming less and less willing to destroy two living souls. If it wasn't for them trying to kill him, perhaps he might have let them go again. After checking and removing their weapons and equipment, making sure there were no powerful explosives like grenades, he then returned to camp. Upon entering the camp, the first thing Yu Hong saw was the sneaky old Zhou and two others watching the show from the cabin window. Inside the cabin, old Zhou, Izina, and Dr. Su were squeezed against the window, heads touching, trying hard to see how the fight was going through the mist. Unfortunately, the mist was too thick, and they could only make out that the tallest figure, Yu Hong, was the winner. The rest of the details were shrouded in fog. All right, enough, there's nothing to see. Go back and rest. Yu Hong waved them off. Don't set a bad example for the kids. Yes, old Zhou quickly responded, tugging at the other two and closing the window. Yu Hong pinched the two pistols in his hand and looked back. The place where the two women had been now had only one person left. Ding Xiao had stealthily got up and left at some point. Only Yao Feiling was left lying quietly in her original spot, seemingly passed out. As for Ding Xiao, Yu Hong didn't think much of it. He hadn't held back with that kick. A direct blow with all his current strength plus the amplification of inner qi could probably wreck a small car. Ding Xiao looked fine on the surface only because the suit hid the wounds on her abdomen. Whether or not she would survive, whether or not she'd be crippled if she did, was hard to say. Why can't I encounter some normal people for once? Yu Hong thought back on the survivors he'd met, few of them both normal and capable. Shaking his head, he walked through the yard into the cave, set down his enhanced suit, and started the repair of the black mark. While the countdown for repairs ticked away, he sat down cross-legged, pondering how to keep resisting the black disaster continuously. Relying solely on consumable items, if all the black disaster were brainless idiots it would be fine, But the elephant worm proved the black disaster isn't mindless. If it were slightly smarter, using weak shadow black bugs to trigger booby traps and deplete my talisman plates, then all my arrangements would fail. Whether it's the luminous stone talisman plate, the radiation hand grenade, or the vortex talisman plate, they are all irrecoverable consumable weapons. I must have a self-replenishing, sufficiently potent, area effect countermeasure. He sat on the ground, racking his brain. I have inner chi, 2 kinds of runes, black lizard, luminous stone herbs, but the only self-replenishing one is the luminous stone herb. He repeated the words luminous stone herb, mulling over them. Suddenly, an inexplicable spark flashed through his mind. The luminous stone herb automatically repels the shadow black bug by absorbing red value continuously and then converting it into negative radiation. And the reason why the Vortex Talisman Array and the Luminous Stone Talisman Array can't do it is exactly this. They can't regenerate. But what if I use the Luminous Stone Herbs in combination with the Vortex Talisman Array for reinforcement? Could I possibly fortify into a kind of living, self-replenishing range talisman array? Or rather, produce a stronger type of luminous stone herb? Thinking about this, a new spark of inspiration ignited within him. Now that the black mark was vacant, replenishing his equipment would take less than half an hour, enough time to see if this idea would work. He stood up at once, checked the black mark to ensure the repair suit was complete, then brought in a luminous stone grass from outside and placed it beside a just-finished vortex talisman plate. He reached out and pressed down. Just as he was about to start quietly reciting the enhancement incantation, Yu Hong suddenly remembered something. His eyes flickered, pausing for a few seconds before he slowly voiced his thoughts inside. Enhance the Black Wind Protection Array, direction. Automatically absorb red value to repair itself, reduce negative radiation release under normal conditions, and automatically release stored radiation upon detecting a black disaster. He wasn't certain if such enhancement would be successful, but it was worth a try. The luminous stone grass, as his first binding mark, had somewhat fallen behind, so it was time for an enhancement. HSS. In an instant, a black line emerged from the back of Yu Hong's hand, flowing towards the luminous stone grass and the vortex talisman array beneath his palm. The black line vanished, and a familiar, cold mechanical voice sounded. Do you wish to enhance the Black Wind Protection Array? Yu Hong's heart eased. Being able to enhance it was good news. He looked at the red countdown digits that appeared on the vortex talisman plate. 5 hours and 51 minutes. A short amount of time, it seemed to be a simple merger of the two. He felt a little disappointed, but with the high-risk black disaster possibly striking at any moment, a shorter time also had its benefits. Yes. He immediately gave his affirmative response. A mere 5 hours he could wait. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Dozens of kilometers away, within a sparse mangrove forest, a massive elephant worm, over 6 meters tall, was making its way step by step toward a predetermined direction. Before long, the elephant worm had slowly receded into the mist and vanished from sight. After its colossal form had completely disappeared, several people began to stand up one after another from the dry and moldy bushes within the mangrove forest. These people were all draped in camouflaged gray-black luminous stone blankets. They were shabby and filthy, their lips cracked, bodies trembling, but they dared not make a sound. More than 10 people silently carried their luminous stone blankets and moved away from the direction the elephant worm had taken. Wei Shanshan closely followed her father Wei Hongye and mother Qiu Yanxi. The 3 of them were draped in specially made luminous stone blankets and were in the best condition among this group. Harris has already gone ahead to the stronghold. We must seize a stronghold this time, we can't keep moving. We're low on supplies. The concentration of the red value outside is also getting higher, and the dangers are growing stronger, Wei Hongye explained softly. Are we really sure about this? Qiu Yanxi couldn't help but question in a low voice. That stronghold's leader doesn't seem easy to deal with. Don't worry, with the insectoid toxin traps I've designed, along with Harris's skills, just a small chance to get close is enough to instantly restrain their leader, Wei Hongye confidently stated. Then he will come out and lead us in. Okay. Qiu Yanqi nodded, holding her limp right arm, bending down and moving forward. Seeing her husband's unwavering confidence, she actually had more to say, but now was not the time to continue. It'll be fine. By this time tomorrow, we'll be in control of a small stronghold. If it didn't have a water source within, I would normally not even consider such a place, but now, to think we have to scheme to take it, how fate plays with us, sighed Wei Hongye. The group slowly moved forward and soon arrived in front of a small forest building surrounded by a cement wall. The wall had a metal gate with a white sign hanging beside it. Red Forest Mountain Management Committee. Creak. The metal gate was slowly opened from the inside. A group of black-clad, fully armed personnel carrying guns swiftly stepped out, quickly approaching the group of more than 10 refugees. 2 individuals led the armed group of gunmen. One was muscular with a large white star pattern on the sleeve of his protective suit. The other, not wearing a helmet, revealed a shiny bald head. It was none other than Harris, the Research Institute's undercover security chief. From a distance, he exchanged a glance with Wei Hongye, signaling him to coordinate their move. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Wei Hongye's mouth, his hand quietly touching the gun at his waist. He had already noticed that at least half of these people were security guards from the Research Institute whom he had gradually been sneaking in over the days. Watching Harris getting closer, his gun slowly shifting towards the other leader. Suddenly, bang! A gunshot. Wei Hongye, who had just stood up, felt as if punched in the chest, and his body violently flew backward, crashing to the ground. Blood splattered from him. Not just him, the other disguised members of the refugees who had not had time to react were accurately shot down, one after another. The ones firing the guns were Harris and the other members by his side. Harris! A roar of disbelief erupted from Wei Hongye. He stood up again, his body seemingly inflating in size, and fired 3 bursts at Harris, but the prepared Harris dodged them all. How dare you betray me? Chapter 152. Attitude at 150 degrees. Betrayal? You think you're still the high and mighty director from before? Poor fellow, compared to the powerful President One, I'd rather side with someone stronger, Harris said with a smile while shooting. Just didn't expect that you had also undergone enhancement transformations and were quietly wearing a bulletproof vest. After his repeated shootings proved futile, he immediately threw away his gun and rushed forward to engage in close combat. Boom! In an instant, the two collided. Within seconds, both were startled by the tremendous force of each other's punches, blood spraying wildly around. Harris was forced to retreat repeatedly, no match for his opponent. Boom! A gunshot rang out. Wei Hongye was shot in the chest with an armor-piercing bullet by someone ambushing him, blood gushing out immediately. I'm going to kill you. How dare you betray me? He roared, still landing a punch on Harris's face. If it weren't for the gunshot, his strength and skills would have perfectly suppressed his opponent. Unfortunately, betrayal? You didn't say that when you stole Director Gao's patents. Harris stepped back and shook his head, using the shooting to buy himself some time. You can rob others. I'm just learning from you. Hand it over, you can't escape. Yanqi, take Shanshan and run. Run! Wei Hongye yelled loudly. I'll come find you later, go now. The fight between the two left everyone else around them stunned. At that moment, a roar erupted, and Qiu Yanqi quickly recovered from the shock, grabbing her daughter and fleeing towards the distance. She hadn't run far when a gunshot hit her right leg, spraying blood and causing her to fall to the ground. Run! Shanshan, run! Qiu Yanqi let go of her daughter, pushing her far away before she fell. Wei Shanshan was still in a daze, turning to look at her mother and her father being surrounded. She stood there, unsure of what to do. Run! Qiu Yanqi pulled out her pistol and returned fire, shouting loudly. Her shout seemed to awaken the fear and survival instincts within Wei Shanshan. Tears flooding her eyes, she turned and ran frantically. She dared not look back, only hearing behind her the screams of her father and her mother's angry curses. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk. Inside Black Wind Camp. Yu Hong, Old Joe, and Izina were sitting beside a wooden cabin, shielded from the chilling wind by the cabin and seated around a slowly burning bonfire, quietly chatting. It was getting dark, but the detector showed it was only 1 in the afternoon. The temperature is dropping. It's going to be tough without fire, Yu Hong said in a deep voice. I can run some electric lines from the cave for power, but we don't have any electric heating equipment. There must be some in the residential area. The nearby abandoned town should have some. My arm can move a bit now. Let's head out early tomorrow to look, Old Joe whispered. The temperature must be around 3 degrees now. Don't go. Let's just keep the fire going in the cabin for now. We can go to the post office and get some stone stoves to use, Yu Hong suggested. He looked sideward toward the yard outside. The gray fog-shrouded forest was gloomy and silent, and the low fence around the camp seemed to sharply delineate safety from danger. Inside was safe, outside was dangerous. It seems even the multi-eyed bird's call can't be heard today, he murmured. Yes, boss, I also found something you might need to pay attention to, Old Joe whispered. What? I smelled something in the air. An unpleasant smell. Not just me. Nana and Dr. Sue smelled it too. An unpleasant smell? Yu Hong sniffed carefully for a while before faintly detecting a faint foul smell in the air. It was like some wires had been burned, hardly noticeable unless you paid attention. He was originally waiting for the enhancement array to finish, taking the opportunity to step out and get an update from Old Joe about the camp. Unexpectedly, he learned this. Let's study this after some time passes. Just ignore it for now. I'll get you a few sets of respiratory filter masks to use for the time being, Yu Hong said. Okay. Old Joe nodded. Uncle Yu, do you know when my dad will be back? Izina asked quietly. The fire's red glow cast a somewhat gaunt reflection of her face, now thinner than before. Her skin grew paler from lack of sunlight, with her mixed-race features becoming more prominently beautiful. I'm not sure, but he should be fine, Yu Hong reassured. Your dad took a lot of good stuff with him. He's experienced, not so easy to run into trouble. I want to help. Izina bowed her head, hugging her knees. I don't want to draw anymore or learn words. I want to be useful. I don't want to be a burden. Why would you be a burden? Nana, you're so hardworking and cute. No one would think you're a burden, Yu Hong said with a smile. I'm not cute. Dr. Sue told me that useless people die the fastest. Izina lifted her head, earnestly saying, I don't want to be useless. She showed an unprecedented seriousness on her cheeks. Nana is not useless. Old Joe started to comfort her, but was quickly interrupted by the little girl. I'm not joking. She earnestly grabbed Old Joe's hand. My illness has gotten a lot better here, though my dad told me never to tell anyone about this. But, she paused. But I think Uncle Joe and Uncle Yu are trustworthy people. Dr. Sue said if I don't try hard, I'll just end up marrying Uncle Yu, and I don't want to be a wife. I want to be a useful person. Both men were at a loss for words. Nana, be good. It's getting dark. You should go back and read and learn words now, Old Joe said with a smile. I have an illness that, unless suppressed by the luminous stones, will slowly emit stuff like those shadows, Izina calmly mentioned. This statement made Yu Hong, who had also been about to speak, pause. He and Old Joe exchanged glances and then turned their attention back to Izina. What do you mean? Are you saying that you also emit red-value radiation? Yu Hong asked as simply as possible. My dad said that if I don't use luminous stones to suppress it, I'll become one of those guys outside, Izina explained. Yu Hong and Old Joe stared at the little one, remembering that she was sick, and Li Russian had never mentioned what illness she had. This little one's mother was unknown, only suspected to be a researcher from Silver Tower. Immediately, Yu Hong took a detector, pressed it closely against Nana's skin, and pushed the detection button. Beep. The LCD screen displayed the numbers. 8.533. Then he measured himself and Old Joe. Neither exceeded 2. In the camp, talisman arrays surrounded the underground, with luminous stones continuously emitting negative radiation to neutralize the red value in the air. In such an environment, Izina still had a red value radiation of 8. Maybe what she says is true? Old Joe was somewhat convinced. Of course it's true. If I don't suppress it for 2 days, I can go out and gather information for you, deliver messages and such. As long as it's not a special black disaster, no one will attack me, Izina seriously replied. How do you know no one will attack you? Yu Hong narrowed his eyes as he stared at the child. She seemed to harbor quite a secret. Before Dad found me, I snuck out many times, Izina answered. Yu Hong looked at the child and suddenly remembered. When they first came here to live, it was Old Li who took just the 2 of them here. Old Li often went out alone to gather firewood, mine, dig soil, fetch water, etc. Only Izina was left in the house. But he always seemed cheerful, apparently never worried about his daughter running into trouble. Now it seems, this little one truly has an unusual constitution. Nana, go study first. Don't tell anyone about your condition from now on. Understand? He instructed. Izina nodded firmly. Old Joe, take her back. Yu Hong gave Old Joe a look, and the latter nodded, stood up, and took Nana back to the house. Soon after, the gentle sound of a child's reading came from the house. Yu Hong doused the campfire and stood up, his mind still pondering the secret he had just heard. He checked the time. The black mark enhancement was about to be completed. He was somewhat excited to see whether the black wind protective array would work. Immediately suppressing his curiosity about Izina's secret, he turned and walked back toward the cave entrance. Roar! Just then, a harsh, piercing screech came from beyond the security fence.
Multi-eyed bird.
Yu Hong paused, turned around, and looked in the direction of the call. And it's not an ordinary multi-eyed bird. This call is much louder and rougher than others. He was quite familiar with multi-eyed birds from black disasters. Hearing the sound now, he knew this was a standard large multi-eyed bird, a level 4 black disaster. Couldn't resist anymore? It had been some time since the safety zone of the camp had been expanded. Previously, Ding Xiao and 2 living people outside were luring these multi-eyed birds. But now those 2 were gone, and only the camp remained the most significant gathering place for living people. They had resisted all these days, proving their endurance. Yu Hong turned around, already dressed for battle, wearing his suit. He exhaled, stepping towards the source of the sound. Passing through the inner courtyard, he signaled to Old Joe and the others to hide and keep quiet. Yu Hong reached the fence, just in time to see a flesh-colored, large multi-eyed bird, bald and featherless, standing ugly on the ground next to Yao Feiling. Its massive, sharp beak and 2 rows of dense red eyes were focused on Yao Feiling, seemingly assessing where to bite first. On the ground, Yao Feiling's face was streaked with tears, looking despairingly at the monster before her. All her limbs were severed and she had been abandoned by Ding Xiao, now unable to move, lying helplessly, her wounds becoming putrid. The her from 2 days ago would hardly recognize the person now lying on the ground. I don't want to die, she sobbed, her face contorted. Yu Hong's arrival caught the attention of the multi-eyed bird. The fresh flesh attracted the monster, didn't it? He glanced at Yao Feiling on the ground, thoughtful. The vitality of enhanced humans was indeed exaggerated. Even after her limbs were severed, surviving a point-blank grenade explosion and several heavy blows from him, she still had so much blood yet was able to hold on for so long. You might use your beauty to move it, let it spare biting you. Then have it carry you away, Yu Hong said seriously. Yao Feiling paused, closed her eyes. No matter how you mock me, it doesn't matter. At this close distance, if I die, you won't escape either. The speed of a giant multi-eyed bird far surpasses your imagination, and without depending on camp weapons to fight, you also. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous, muffled sound erupted. Before she could finish, Yu Hong had vanished from sight and reappeared having grabbed the giant multi-eyed bird. His right leg smashing up with a knee strike. Thud, 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 thud. In a continuous series of heavy impacts, The multi-eyed bird struggled only briefly before the relentless knee blows mashed its lower body into a bloody mess, blood and flesh flying, bones shattered. It howled in agony, and before it could even cry out a few times, it abruptly stopped. Plop! Yu Hong tore off the bird's head with one hand, crushed it under his foot, and ripped the bird's body into small bits. Casually discarding the corpse, Yu Hong shook the bloody mess off his body, watching as they quickly disintegrated into black smoke, his expression under the mask utterly unflinching. Turning back to look at the stunned face of Yao Feiling. You were right. Its death was indeed faster than I expected. With the sound of his footsteps, Yu Hong walked past her, climbed over the fence, and returned to the outer courtyard. He needed to return to check on the enhanced array. Chapter 153, Air Chapter 1. Lying on the cold ground, Yao Feiling stared blankly at the dark sky, recalling when Yu Hong had unleashed terrifying power, instantly dealing with the multi-eyed bird. She knew she had misunderstood him. He was strong, very strong, stronger than anyone she had ever seen, able to burst the multi-eyed bird with his bare hands. His level far surpassed any fully enhanced person she had encountered. His strength alone was the equivalent of what it would take 3 fully enhanced persons to achieve together. If we had conducted thorough reconnaissance from the beginning, if we had decisively left earlier instead of staying here holding onto a sliver of hope, various thoughts kept flashing through her mind. Regret? None. What she felt now was simply the sorrow of waiting for death. Creak, creak, creak. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from the edge of the fence. Slowly turning her head, she saw a woman with a slightly protruding belly standing there, draped in a thick protective suit. It was Su Ruoying, that madcap female doctor. In this world, beauty is useless. It only makes you more prone to disaster. Dr. Su squatted down and said softly. She seemed to be in a normal state now. To be precise, her mental state had improved a lot since finding out she was pregnant. It had become completely normal. I understand now. Yao Feiling's eyes were hollow. Only strength is the root of everything. I overestimated myself before. It's just a pity I realized this too late. Dr. Su stood up, covering her stomach, quietly watching her without saying a word. Yao Feiling smiled faintly, continued to turn her head, and looked up at the night sky, ignoring her. Now, thinking back on her former self, it was laughable that she had once considered her beauty as one of her confidences. Now she had come to realize, but it seemed too late. Following despair, the great ups and downs, she lay there, thinking a lot. In the cave, Yu Hong stood in front of the window, looking at Dr. Su and her, deep in thought. With black lizards constantly patrolling around, the outer courtyard was very safe, and he could sense any large monsters or evil shadows approaching in advance. After all, the newly expanded secondary safety zone was much larger in area than the outer courtyard. It was a large area determined by the radius of the black lizard's patrolling limit. When the multi-eyed bird had come before, he had also noticed it in time and went forward to deal with it. Theoretically, Yao Feiling was now allowed to stay at the edge of the camp because she posed no threat, which was safer than before. This could not help but seem like a peculiar irony. As for her future, it would depend on her own fate. With black lizards patrolling and no elephant worms or shadows nearby, it was relatively safe. Pulling down the shutter, Yu Hong didn't look any longer and returned to his desk where the enhancement array was, and sat down. Only 5 minutes were left on the countdown. He had timed it just right. Sitting in the chair, Yu Hong practiced his meditation while waiting for the final result. 5 minutes passed quickly. The 2 items that had been on the table disappeared and reappeared as a walnut-sized, silver fruit. The fruit, looking similar to a fig, had a thin, smooth skin without any texture, with a star-shaped opening at the top revealing tiny silver particles inside. There was also a white paper with instructions placed in front of him. Yu Hong picked it up to read. Black Wind Protective Array. Combining the luminous grass's ability to absorb red value and restore itself. This array has self-repair capabilities and automatic alert functions. When an intruder enters the array's range, It will automatically release stored negative radiation to expel the intruder. Note: the integration of the Vortex Talisman Array significantly improves the array's storage capacity, allowing for increased red values upper limit. Therefore, when the array is activated, it may affect normal life with negative radiation. Installation method: bury 2 meters into the ground, and the array plate will automatically grow and extend, forming a circle with it as the center. Not bad. Didn't have to transport things from somewhere else this time. It's genuinely integrated. Yu Hong was satisfied. This feature completely met the level he had wanted before. It could self-repair, stronger than luminous grass, capable of expelling more of the black disaster, and without being triggered, it did not pose pollution threats to ordinary people. This way, I can have much peace of mind. He picked up the array plate fruit and quickly went out the door. In the yard, Old Joe was watering the luminous stones, as it hadn't rained for many days. The fog was thick, but the luminous stones were still a bit languid. Seeing Yu Hong come out, Old Joe stepped forward to talk. "You do your thing. I'm going to set something up for the protection of the camp," Yu Hong said with a smile. Old Joe was very content with his current life. The security of the Black Wind camp had exceeded his expectations, so his respect for Yu Hong had increased even more. Yu Hong went to the center of the camp, calculated the distance briefly, and began to dig under the upright electric lamp post. He dug quickly. If a normal person took 3 seconds to shovel, he did it in 1. Regardless of what tough clumps of soil he encountered, he smashed them all at once, although it was a bit hard on the shovels. Soon, a 2-meter-deep pit appeared in front of him. The pit also revealed the larger array that had been buried previously. He didn't care about it and directly placed the array plate in his hand into the hole, making sure it was straight, then began to cover it with dirt. "This is a new type of automatic protection device I've developed. In the future, be careful when digging underground. If you find something abnormal, remember to tell me, and I'll assess the situation," he instructed Old Joe, who had come over to watch. "Got it," nodded Old Joe. "Spread the word to everyone else. I'm going to check if there's news from Old Lee." Yu Hong returned to the cave. Concerned that a high-risk black disaster might arrive just as Old Lee was returning, he had turned on the communicator in advance to check if he could make contact when Old Lee turned on the walkie-talkie according to their agreement. After all, there was always nuclear power in the camp. There was no reason not to use it. "Got it. Hopefully Old Lee is all right," Zhou Shuaguang sighed. After completing these preparations, Yu Hong put on his polar bear suit and started to carefully inspect the perimeter of the outer courtyard. At nighttime, there was no blood tide today. The mountain forest was a haven of peace, a rare calm before the storm of a black disaster. Yu Hong slowly walked outside the fence, carefully inspecting the luminous grass on the ground. He hadn't gone far when he paused in his step, crouched down, and gently pinched a blade of the luminous grass. These leaves, green with white spots, were slender and soft, still emitting a faint white luminescence at night. "It's a bit dim," Yu Hong recalled the luminous grass from before. Clearly, the brightness was dimmer now. Without betraying his feelings, he stood up again and moved forward. Upon reaching the little forest path leading from the camp to the post office, the luminosity of the luminous grass inside the fence dimmed once more. Compared to before, if one wasn't scrutinizing closely now, it would be impossible to notice the leaves glowing at all. Yu Hong felt for the first imprint in his heart. The luminescent spot belonging to the luminous grass had been replaced by the newly strengthened synthetic spot of the Black Wind Array. His consciousness shifted, making contact with the new Black Wind Array spot. In an instant, a large array network covering the entire camp appeared in his mind. It was as if he were floating in the sky, overlooking the earth below. The layout of the whole camp became clear in his mind. A massive white light array plate like a spider web covered everything within. Caves, log cabins, inner yard, outer yard, all within the array's protective scope. Even beyond the outer yard, there was an extent covered as well. This should be the coverage range of the Black Wind Array, thought Yu Hong, nodding with satisfaction. Returning to his senses, he took out a detector and turned it on. Beep. A soft sound, and the LCD screen displayed the surrounding environmental red value, 1.237. The effect is good, it still offsets the environmental red value. It's just unclear whether it weakens by absorbing the red value or by releasing a negative value to neutralize it. He was at ease. The new array's effect surpassed his expectations. Compared to the conspicuous glowing of the luminous grass at night, the black wind array was significantly more covert. As for its strength, Yu Hong thought for a moment, then swiftly dashed toward the deep forest. In no time, he reappeared at the edge of the camp, followed by a flapping multi-eyed bird. It was not a large multi-eyed bird, just an ordinary one, at most a level 2 or 3. The multi-eyed bird chased after him, its small red eyes revealing a primitive and icy intent to kill. Puff! Yu Hong took a flying leap, jumping the fence and entering the outer yard, and, at the same time, the array's range. He stood up and turned back to look at the little multi-eyed bird. The creature, furious, sped up along the way and crashed into the area fiercely. Shrill. A piercing cry exploded as the strange bird lunged at Yu Hong, its sharp and pointed beak veering to violently stab at Yu Hong's chest. Whoosh! At that moment, an invisible negative energy flow suddenly shot out from the ground below. The flow seemed to affect only the multi-eyed bird, not touching the soil or Yu Hong, precisely landing on the bird alone. Shrill! The bird's body froze mid-flight, suddenly losing balance and thudding heavily onto Yu Hong. Before it could be grasped, its entire body began to rapidly disintegrate. The small multi-eyed bird that had intruded into the camp started to visibly dissolve at a rapid pace. Much like a candle coming too close to a fire, it tumbled, letting out piercing cries, rolling off Yu Hong onto the ground, desperately struggling. But no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape the fate of being enveloped by an invisible radiation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The cries abruptly ceased. The little multi-eyed bird was utterly still, most of its body dissolved, lying on its side on the ground, leaving only whitish bone debris. In a few more seconds, even the whitish bone debris had completely dissolved, vanishing without a trace of even black smoke. All trace of the multi-eyed bird's body had completely dissipated here, leaving not a shred behind. Impressive! Yu Hong stood up, walked over to where the multi-eyed bird had dissolved, and dug around in the soil with his foot, finding nothing. He closed his eyes and sensed again, the first imprint in his mind, revealing the black wind array covering the entire camp. Its white light had dimmed ever so slightly but quickly restored within a few seconds. The entire array covers a large area, and it absorbs red value quickly. It seems like such minor intruders can't test the limit of the array. Images of elephant worms danced through Yu Hong's mind. If he could lure one, perhaps, but he wouldn't actively go looking for trouble just to test the array. So, now all is in readiness, except for the arrival of a high-risk black disaster. I want to see if a specifically targeted array and focus bombardment with radiation hand grenades can take down a high-risk black disaster. He checked once more. The luminous grass on the ground was indeed withering. After informing old Zhou about the situation, so he wouldn't panic, Yu Hong returned to his cave and hurried to craft more radiation hand grenades. Chapter 154. Empty Space. Bang! 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 Nighttime. A giant elephant worm, towering up to 6 meters, was slowly walking step by step on the spacious highway. Suddenly, it paused, stopping in the distance, raising its head to look straight ahead. At the edge of the slightly damaged gray-white road stood a woman with black hair, wearing a yellow top and white skirt. Her long hair covered her face, and the yellow top was fresh and bright, unusually clean, clearly visible in the moonlight. The white knee-length skirt had fine long vertical folds, gently swaying with the night breeze. The woman stood quietly by the roadside, alone, her hands seeming somewhat long, the exposed skin fair and delicate, as if it hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. This was a very clean person. And in such an environment, such a clean person shouldn't appear. The elephant worm hesitated. It stood quietly on the road, staring at the woman, motionless. After a moment, the elephant worm slowly retreated, turned around, and began to leave in the direction it came. It had only turned around, not taking more than a few steps. Incredibly, the woman in the white skirt appeared once again along the roadside ahead.
Bang!
The elephant worm instinctively stepped back. Click. Suddenly, its vision blurred. The woman's figure vanished. In an instant, it realized something, looking down. Somehow, without it knowing, the woman had appeared right beneath it. She was slowly raising her head, parting her long dark hair, revealing the face hidden underneath. Whoosh! The night wind blew gently, restoring everything to peace. The elephant worm on the highway disappeared without a trace, leaving only the woman in the white skirt standing quietly by the road. Even the footprints left by the elephant worm on the ground vanished mysteriously. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the basement, Yu Hong moved with agility, constantly kicking in the same direction. Left leg, right leg, circular kicks in succession, his whole body spinning like a top, faster and faster, thus stirring the air currents with increasing intensity. In the middle of the basement, strange, sharp laughter gradually emerged once more, one after another, without pause, rising and falling, overlapping each other, bringing a strong sensation of unease that made the scalp tingle. Before long, Yu Hong switched to high whipping kicks, low sweeping kicks, turning to sweep, battle axe smashing down, and various moves. As his moves grew more skilled, the speed and continuity of his leg movements increased, slowly causing a faint weak air current to linger around him. Bam! Finally, a front kick to the heavens. Yu Hong slowly retrieved his leg, stood still without moving, heat steaming off his body, sweat pouring down like rain. Asterisk, another 3 days had passed, yet the black disaster still hadn't arrived. No word from Old Li either. Could something really have happened to him? Asterisk. He frowned deeply, and even though the fifth inner chi in his abdomen had half condensed, he couldn't dispel the worry in his heart. Having known each other for so long, Old Li was his only friend in this world besides Stammering Yi. If something happened to him now, he pulled a towel over, wet it under the faucet, and wiped away the sweat. Following the stairs, he returned to the first floor. Outside, faint voices of old Zhou, Dr. Su, and Izina could be heard. Yesterday, Yu Hong had taken some time to go to the post office, brought back a stone stove, also a bunch of miscellaneous household items, just in time to fill the gap. Now the temperature was growing colder, and the previous dampness seemed to have started dissipating, becoming dry, perhaps due to the moisture freezing into frost. But the strange mist still lingered. Sitting by the communicator, Yu Hong adjusted the channel. From Li Russian's pager channel, he turned to the satellite channel. Soon, amid crackling static, there came a wheezing sound from the communicator.
He he.
He 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 he. It was Guan Chao's voice. Something was wrong. Yu Hong's heart tightened. Without thinking, he immediately shut it off. Pop! A spark flashed. The communicator seemingly burnt out inside, went silent. Yu Hong exhaled long, stretched out his hand, quickly adjusted to another frequency, then placed it over the power button. Clap. Suddenly, a pale human hand stretched out from behind the communicator, grabbing his wrist. Hiss! The intense burning sensation brought tremendous pain, causing Yu Hong to involuntarily cry out. The 4 strands of inner chi misaligned automatically, surged forth, concentrating on his grabbed right wrist. The powerful force of separation immediately broke Yu Hong and the hand apart, like an electric shock. He staggered back, knocking over a chair as he stood, retreating 2 steps. Looking at the communicator, the human hand had disappeared without a trace, the communicator still quiet, seemingly undamaged. Huff, huff, huff. Yu Hong continuously breathed deeply, the sweat that had just receded now seeping out again, soaking his undershirt. He raised his hand, looked at his wrist, seeing a gray-black handprint. It was as if a hand had truly grabbed him tightly, trying to pull him into the communicator a moment ago. It was fine contacting yesterday. Guan Chao's channel seems unusable now. Yu Hong's heart sank, realizing something might have happened to him. He had advised this guy along with Zhang Kaijun and the others before, telling him not to stay online all the time. It was dangerous. But he wouldn't listen. Setting the chair back up, Yu Hong circulated his inner chi, finding that there were only 2 strands left out of the 4 just now. Evidently, they were consumed in the confrontation with that hand just now. Fortunately, I strengthened my cultivation technique, able to use inner chi to hurt the black disaster. Otherwise, that encounter just now. Yu Hong felt lingering fear. His body was now much stronger than initially, his inner chi quite abundant, equipped with all kinds of weapons, tools, and armor, yet still he was defenseless, almost caught off guard. Sitting down again, he took out a radiation hand grenade, keeping it ready to explode at any moment. Then again clicked the communicator on. This time, the communicator's channel was not directly linked to Guan Chao's public channel. Only faint static was heard from the speaker. Asterisk if something has happened to Guan Chao, then Zhang Kaijun and Wei Song might be in trouble too. A sudden attack like the one just now, a slow reaction would surely lead to death. Asterisk. He memorized the problematic channel's number just now, continually adjusting the dial, trying to find other contact channels. But there were none. The national radio station that was there before now left only static, blank, and bewildering. Asterisk, has everything gone wrong? Or should it be a kind of black disaster that can be transmitted through broadcasts, attacking all communication devices? Asterisk. He snapped the communicator off. A channel he had just found was suddenly broken. Were Zhang Kaijun and Wei Song all right? He didn't know.
Guan Cao
Might already be gone. Alone in the underground nuclear facility, faced with danger with no one to help him. Such places, safe as they were paradises, became certain death traps in the event of trouble. Finally rising, Yu Hong turned the communicator back on, switching to Li Russian's pager frequency, quietly making new radiation hand grenades, waiting. Over an hour passed in no time. Yu Hong stood to pour himself a glass of water, drinking halfway through. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a vigorous coughing sound came from the communicator. Boss! Boss! Can you hear me? I'm back. Boss! Li Russian's voice echoed. Yu Hong's eyes widened, straightening his back. But he didn't answer immediately, waiting 6 seconds. Code word. At Black Wind Mountain's Black Wind Ridge, in Black Wind Ridge's Black Wind Cave, a peach tree grows, picking peach blossoms to sell for wine money. Not bad, you remember well, Yu Hong said, his mouth twitching, realizing now that the design of the code had a sense of shame he hadn't felt before. Ashamed. Ashamed.
Li Rushan Raplia.
This follow-up dialogue was also part of the code. It truly is you. Where are you now? Yu Hong was now completely certain it was Li Russian himself. About 2 kilometers from the camp, otherwise even with the communicator modified on your end, I couldn't get a signal here on my walkie-talkie.
Li Rushan and Suarat.
Don't worry. I've made a big haul this time. Almost there. He sounded in a pretty good mood. Why did it take you so many days? Yu Hong quickly asked. Encountered trouble on the way. Took a big detour. The vehicle's power was low. Had to charge using solar power for quite a few days to finally fill it. Now the sun is becoming shorter. Hard to run the vehicle. Li Russian said helplessly. Wait there. Don't get out of the car when you arrive. There's danger here. Wait for me to get you, Yu Hong instructed. Ah? But I'm out of food and drink. Boss, I'm gonna starve to death.
Li Rushan complainat.
You've endured this long. Still concerned about that little bit?
Yu Hong replié.
Okay. Okay. Old Li answered weakly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yu Hong quickly explained to him about the 3 types of high-risk black disasters he learned from Zhang Kaijun and the hand he encountered in the communicator, advising him to be careful. To prevent invasion by the strange hand earlier, they agreed on a fixed time to turn on the machine again, before finally disconnecting. After thoroughly shutting down the communicator, Yu Hong stood up, quickly donned his enhanced gray lizard suit, packed a large bag of radiation hand grenades, holstered his enhanced pistol. He prepared to pick up his friend. Old Li's return timing was unfortunate. High-risk black disaster attacks could happen at any moment, making trips outside highly dangerous. So Yu Hong decided to take several black lizards for vigilance along the way. He exited the cave, arrived beside a small wooden house, knocking on the window. "Nana, there's news about your dad. He's on his way back." After several breaths, with a clatter, the window opened, revealing Izina's excited little face. "Really? There's really news about Dad? I just got in touch with him. I'm getting ready to pick him up now. You all stay careful at the camp. Try to stay in the inner courtyard and don't go out," he instructed. "Got it." Izina nodded vigorously. Old Joe also emerged from another wooden house nearby, showing a hint of joy on his face. "He's finally back. Worried for so long. Good thing nothing happened." "Indeed." Yu Hong nodded, ruffling Izina's head. "I'm heading out now." Old Lee's comeback seemed promising, and looking at him, it was evident that he wasn't returning empty-handed. So maybe this time they'd get some new and unseen runes. This brought a strong sense of anticipation to him, after ensuring Old Lee's safety. "Boss." Suddenly, Dr. Su walked out of Izina's wooden house. "What about that girl in the outer courtyard? Yao Feiling?" Yu Hong thought for a moment. "How's she recovering?" During these days, he saw Dr. Su attending to her daily. With the Black Lizard's help, he could monitor Yao Feiling and Dr. Su's interactions. They seemed to get along quite well. Her hands can't move, but slowly she's able to shuffle her legs. Dr. Su answered. Chapter 155 Air. "Such strong resilience? I'll go take a look," Yu Hong said in surprise. He quickly walked towards the outer yard, and before long, he reached Yao Feiling's side. This guy was still the same, looking up at the sky without moving. Dr. Su had dragged her body into the yard to prevent it from being eaten by passing black bugs. "Looks like you've figured it out?" Yu Hong stood next to her, a little surprised at this guy's current expression. "What are you doing here? To laugh at me?" Yao Feiling said calmly. "There are fewer and fewer living people. Just wanted to keep some memories," Yu Hong replied calmly. For this guy, he might have wanted to let her join the camp if it were Ding Xiao. But this person was so crazy she would even bomb her own friends, not a qualified teammate. "Then what does whether I've figured it out or not have to do with this?" Yao Feiling said. "Dr. Su gave me food and drink. Why didn't you stop him?" "I wanted to kill you before." "It's still that reason. Not many living people left. Anyway, you pose no threat to me now." Yu Hong stopped paying attention to her. He just wanted to hear more human voices. The food supply from the breeding box could support more than 20 people. Adding one more or one less didn't matter. There was food, but the number of living people outside kept decreasing. He felt this increasingly after the communicator lost connection. He walked past Yao Feiling, not responding anymore, heading towards the direction where Li Rushan had left on the highway. He needed to go meet up with Old Li. He hoped that high-risk black disaster wouldn't be encountered by Old Li halfway. As he moved further away from the camp, the fog gradually enveloped the surroundings entirely. Yu Hong moved forward, sometimes even unable to distinguish his direction, needing the surrounding black lizards to guide the way. The black lizards were unaffected by the fog. Although everything was black and white, the scenes were exceptionally clear. Rustle, rustle. The dry leaves underfoot cracked, seemingly becoming the only tone in this mountain forest. Fragments of gray leaves fell with the wind from above. In the dim forest, Yu Hong's fast-moving figure seemed insignificant compared to the tall trees around, like a black ant crawling slowly in a giant bonsai. His black outfit matched the surrounding darkness strangely well. The fog spread out, sometimes even making it impossible to see his silhouette clearly. "Young man, come here. Come over here. I'm in so much pain. Can you help me? I broke my leg passing by here. It's so scary here. Mom, Dad, where are you? Yu Hong, why are you here? Come with me, it's not safe here." Voices rang out, men and women, young and old, as strange figures appeared and disappeared behind the trees on both sides. They were like fish in the fog, rising and falling, using eyes filled with deep malice to watch Yu Hong advance forward. But he remained unmoved. The black lizards didn't drive away these shadows because there were just too many of them. With only 3 black lizards, it was impossible to deal with so many shadows. They couldn't be killed completely. Once dead, they quickly revived. Taking action only wasted his own energy. So Yu Hong chose to turn a blind eye. He gradually quickened his pace, and before long, a figure covered by a luminous stone blanket appeared ahead, lying on the ground. He paused for a moment, stepping forward, the inner chi in his right leg withheld. Until he was within a little over a meter of distance, the other side still didn't move. Only then did Yu Hong glance at the open red value detector. It was still the environmental red value with no changes. Red value, 46.315. He approached again, removing the Wolf Fong club from his back, gently lifting the luminous stone blanket. Whoosh! Under the blanket, a somewhat familiar face was revealed. Ding Xiao. Yu Hong recognized her and called out softly. "Is that you?" Ding Xiao was still conscious. Her lips were cracked, holding a water bag in her hand, apparently toughing it out with that. But even as a reinforced human heavily injured, having gone without good food or rest for days, she was at her limit. "I apologize." Ding Xiao weakly squeezed out 2 words. Yu Hong looked down at her, recalling the first complete reinforced human he had encountered. That guy's body's recovery ability was quite freakish, and he thought it was due to Evil Shadow's pollution. Now it seemed, it wasn't certain. He thought his final kick would have killed a regular person on the spot, severely wounding a reinforced human, yet both were only half dead. It seemed that they had been able to move alone outdoors for so long because they were indeed skilled among reinforced humans. "I have things to do. Previously you attacked me, I fought back. We owe each other nothing now." He paused. Asterisk if you're still alive when I return, and if you're willing, I can take you back. Asterisk. Ding Xiao's eyes were hazy, and her vision was somewhat unclear. Hearing the voice, she realized it wasn't an illusion, wasn't a trick created by the shadows. She recognized Yu Hong's voice. She didn't hate him, as he said, it was just an attack and a counterattack, nothing more. She regretted fleeing with Yao Feiling. Back then, with so many sisters from the organization, and with her connections, she had so many friends she could have chosen. Why did she lose her mind and choose that guy Yao Feiling as her escape partner? It was all fate, Ding Xiao said softly. If it weren't for Yao Feiling always holding her back, maybe alone she wouldn't have ended up in this state. Even now, half of her injuries were caused by Yao's grenade. Yu Hong took a tube of nutritional gel from his lower back, squeezed it into Ding Xiao's mouth, then gave her an anti-inflammatory pill, refilling her water bag. After doing this, he stood up, covering her back with the luminous stone blanket. He didn't look back, continuing onward on his own. Old Li could encounter the high-risk black disaster at any moment. He needed to quickly fetch him back. There was no way he could return for Ding Xiao to waste time, especially when daylight hours were so short now. As for why he gave Ding Xiao a chance at living, asterisk it was simply because the number of living people kept decreasing. If in the end he was the only one left in this world, that wasn't what he wanted. Asterisk. Just imagining that kind of world felt despairing. He looked up at a small patch of sky between the trees. Yu Hong could only see a palm-sized gray and white sky in an irregular shape. The fog covered everything, leaving nothing visible. He lowered his head, continuing forward with quickened steps. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On a gray and white highway, cracks and web-like patterns covered the road surface, some places even collapsing, leaving various strange footprints. Buzz. A faint sound of wheels rolling traveled along the highway. A pitch-black Jeep Army vehicle, clearly modified, was barreling towards the vicinity of Black Wind Camp with solar panels on top. The vehicle made almost no engine noise, just the slight friction of the wheels grinding against the road. Inside the car, Li Russian's chest was wrapped in bandages, with faint bloodstains seeping through the white fabric. But even though his body hurt, his spirits were rather light. "Little swallow, oh little swallow, where is your springtime?" He hummed a song, gripping the steering wheel steadily. This trip, he not only found a rune that the camp didn't have, but also managed to get a microwave, a mini fridge, both in perfect condition, along with some miscellaneous medicines from a small group hiding in a hospital basement. Using the Vortex Talisman plate given by Yu Hong, he effortlessly traded for a bunch of supplies. He even kept the more powerful radiation hand grenades for himself, knowing that without them, the luminous stone's secret room effect of the car wouldn't be enough to escape those evil shadows. Before long, a burnt-out bus appeared on the road ahead. Seeing the bus, Li Rushan knew he was close to the destination, as it was the bus he and Yu Hong had set ablaze together. Buzz. As his vehicle passed the bus, Li Rushan felt an inexplicable chill run through him. He didn't dare get too close, speeding through hurriedly. Hiss! Just in that brief passing moment, the luminous stone talisman plate hanging on the bus door swiftly changed color to gray and white, waited 2 seconds, then cracked and fell. Seeing this, Li Rushan's heart went cold, quickly hanging a new luminous stone talisman plate to restore the effect of the pyroxene's secret room. "Just getting close is this dangerous. This bus didn't seem this strong before," he said with a serious expression, not looking at the bus anymore, and continued forward rapidly, soon arriving at the other Jeep parking location closest to the camp. He parked next to 2 other solar-powered Jeep Army vehicles and breathed a sigh of relief. "This is the agreed-upon location. Now I'll wait for the boss to come help," he said, opening the radio and waiting for a notification from the other side. The car engine stopped, and the surroundings fell into complete silence. Old Li sat in the driver's seat, reclining the chair slightly to rest his old back. Then he lay back, letting his view only see the car interior. On the roof, door, windows, the luminous stone runes painted on various places had been partially consumed during the journey. The resulting gaps were patched with his luminous stone talisman plates to ensure the complete effect of the pyroxene secret room. Asterisk, in such times, such environments, don't look at what shouldn't be seen. Those who don't know the code are not real. I'll just hum a song. Old Li had long since concluded from experience. Asterisk. Humming Little Swallow under his breath. His mind began wandering to the peaceful scene of reuniting with his daughter Nana back home. He had even brought a mysterious gift from an abandoned mall for Nana. And also a dozen pairs of shoes for old Joe, enough for him to have a good variety. The spacious interior of the car allowed for such extravagance. Shortly after he lay down, beside the Jeep at the edge of the highway in the fog, a figure in a white dress slowly appeared. It was a long-haired woman wearing a pale yellow top and a pure white knee-length skirt. Her body was exceptionally clean, neat, as if completely detached from the current era. In the faint fog, she quietly moved along the highway, apart from her stiff movements and her face obscured by black hair. She appeared to be a normal person from afar. "What's that noise?" In the car, Old Li heard footsteps and listened carefully with closed eyes. Footsteps? Could it be the boss? He pushed back with his hand, wanting to sit up and look outside, but suddenly he paused. Better wait for the boss's code. Even though the pyroxene secret room ensured nothing detected him, occasionally shadows tried to trick him with sounds. Highly vigilant, he slowly lay back down, relaxed his breathing, and listened to the footsteps outside. Chapter 156. Air. Drip, drip, drip. The footsteps gradually became softer, smaller, and seemed to be moving away. Old Li's heart chilled, knowing it wasn't the boss but something else. In such an environment, anything could show up outside. He kept waiting, motionless. Approximately 5 minutes later,
Pot, pot, pot.
a series of urgent, heavy footsteps quickly approached. Then the car door was knocked loudly. Black Wind Mountain atop the Black Wind Ridge. A code phrase swiftly arose from outside the window. Li Rushan immediately got up and responded in turn. Through the car window, standing outside, was a figure in a familiar gray lizard costume. The burly shape wore a helmet, face unseen, but the specially tailored and modified gray lizard costume allowed Old Li to recognize the visitor instantly. "Boss!" He clicked open the car door, a smile appearing on his face. Yu Hong stood by the car, glancing inside where it was filled with stuff. Even the passenger seat was packed. There was no room to sit down. He shook his head in silence, inwardly. This load. No wonder your car is moving so slowly. Charging is originally time-consuming, and with such a heavy load, the power depletion is even greater. I was thinking, since it's rare that I go out, why not take more at once? Otherwise, wouldn't that be a loss? Old Li climbed out of the car, laughing. How do we bring it back? He patted the car. Shall we move the most important things back first? No need. Yu Hong thought for a moment, then turned his head back, looking at the path he had come from. We'll drive back. His voice was grave. Eh? Li Rushan blinked, looking in the direction Yu Hong was watching. It was a steep slope path by the side of the road. The incline was steep, and the entire path was only 1 or 2 meters wide, not enough for a car to drive up. Moreover, the way was blocked by trees and underbrush, simply impassable. Let's try, Yu Hong said gravely. I remember last time Su Fan and the others came, they managed to drive the car up to the road near Baichio village. It's much closer to this place. But that's a long way round. Boss, this. Li Rushan hadn't finished his sentence when he saw Yu Hong take a large tool off his back. It was a sharp axe for chopping wood. I've long felt that this place was too far from the camp, inconvenient, so. Yu Hong walked up to the slope, gripped the axe handle, and with a burst of strength swung at a large tree. Thud, 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 thud. In 4 consecutive swings, a large tree as thick as an adult's waist was effortlessly cut down by him, falling over. And he did it leaving only a bit of the stump, which couldn't stop the high chassis of a jeep at all. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Running back and forth is too dangerous at this time. Driving straight back is the fastest. Yu Hong turned his head to look at Old Li. Li Rushan swallowed hard. He had long suspected the boss was a top-enhanced person, but now it seemed, this wasn't an enhanced person. This was a mutant. Soon, the car followed Yu Hong up the slope and was quickly jostled by the uneven road, nearly overturning. Yu Hong rushed forward, pressing down on the car, unleashing his inner chi without releasing it, forcibly bringing the unbalanced car back to stability, to Li Rushan's utter astonishment. Boom! The car landed back on all 4s and continued forward on this road. We'll need to come back and clean this up later. Level the road so it'll be convenient in the future.
Yu Hong muttered.
He walked ahead, guiding the jeep deeper into the woods. Before long, several more large trees were chopped down with a crack and fell to the ground. The fallen trees, still warm from Yu Hong's energy, were tossed to the sides to make crude roadside barriers to prevent rainwater from washing mud onto the road and making it uneven. He walked in front, and wherever the ground was uneven, he just gave it a kick. With his inner chi amplification, his already formidable strength was exaggerated. Under Thunderbolt leg, mounds of earth and chunks of rock were easily shattered and flattened. Inside the jeep, Li Rushan was shocked at first, but after seeing so much of it, he became numb, feeling that the boss was the epitome of badass. Driving the jeep, he always felt that the previously safe vehicle, if it encountered the boss's exaggerated bulk, would be dismantled in no time. After a while, Yu Hong suddenly looked up at the sky, his expression a bit unsightly. It's getting dark. Eh? What time is it? Li Rushan also felt something was off, but his detector was out of battery, and he couldn't see the time. 12:30. Yu Hong glanced at the time on his own detector. It's earlier again. We need to speed up, otherwise it'll be dangerous at night. According to this pace, I'm afraid there won't be daylight soon.
Li Rushan jaaba asik.
Boss, do you have a way to move at night? The luminous stone blanket can only hide oneself. Not for now.
Yu Hong repliait.
But we could use the principle of the luminous stone blanket to make a few sets of similar costumes. That's doable. Old Li smiled. The two chatted casually and lightly. The closer they got to the camp, the more relaxed they felt. As they made their way slowly back to the camp, The sound of chopping trees seemed to have attracted something. On the highway behind them, a figure in a white dress appeared abruptly and silently in the mist, stepping onto the slope path that had just been cleared. The figure observed the clear wool tracks on the muddy path, paused, then stepped forward, following the tracks. Plop. She had only taken a few steps. Suddenly, a jet of black liquid sprayed out from the shadows, hitting the figure squarely. Hiss! The liquid hadn't even touched the figure's clothes. It evaporated in mid-air, turning into black smoke, and vanished. The figure paused, turning her head toward the direction from which the black liquid came. Plop! She vanished from the spot instantly. Seconds later, she returned to the newly blazed trail step by step and continued forward. Asterisk. 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 In the woodland, another huge tree crashed down heavily. Yu Hong abruptly paused in his steps, glancing back at the fog-shrouded forest behind. "Something's catching up," he said in a deep voice. Li Rushan rolled down the car window. Hearing the words, he too looked back, but could only see fog. "Then we've got to speed up and make it to camp fast," he said, trusting Yu Hong though he couldn't see anything himself. Yu Hong sensed that one of his black lizards had suddenly gone missing. This was not something a shadow could have done. The black lizard's camouflage and concealment abilities were strong, and in these dark, foggy woods, it was a top-tier scout. There had been no losses during previous patrol sniping operations against shadows. At worst, they were injured. The two immediately moved forward and, in short order, returned to where Ding Xiao was lying. Without wasting words, Yu Hong went to check and found her still alive, merely fallen into a deep sleep after consuming the nutrition paste. He wrapped her in a luminous stone blanket, squeezed her into the car, and headed back to the camp together. Old Li, seeing this, didn't ask who it was. With one hand clutching a radiation hand grenade and the other steering the vehicle, he silently drove on. The difficult journey continued for more than 10 minutes. Ahead in the fog, the outline of the camp's lights gradually loomed. "We're here." Old Li's face showed a glint of joy. At that moment, a figure in a yellow dress appeared out of the fog behind him. Bang! An explosive sound ripped through the air, and the ground burst open. Yu Hong darted to the side of the car, opened the door, grabbed the person, and rushed back. All in one fluid motion. With a person in each hand, he activated his inner chi at his feet and leaped over 10 meters in a second, landing lightly within the outer courtyard. After setting them down, he didn't look back, but threw 5 radiation hand grenades behind him. Bang, 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 bang. The grenades silently exploded, emitting invisible negative radiation that covered the area near the car in an instant with more than 7,000 red value radiation. The intense negative radiation spread unseen by the naked eye, covering several dozen meters around. It seemed the explosion of the radiation hand grenades made the woman in the dress halt in her tracks. She stood in the fog, her outline flickering in and out of sight, watching the camp from afar. The negative radiation that had just erupted made her figure seem like a reflection on rippling water, constantly distorting and blurring. Yu Hong stood erect, watching her, with no further movement. On both sides, time stalled, a silent standoff ensuing. 1 minute, 5 minutes, a full 10+ minutes passed. Then the woman in the dress began to slowly retreat until she disappeared into the fog completely. Yu Hong glanced at the detector, making sure its readings had returned to normal before calming turning around. At this moment, Old Li and Ding Xiao were still lying on the ground, motionless. Ding Xiao had passed out and Old Li did not dare to get up on his own. Not far away, Zhou Shuaguang, hearing the commotion, peered in their direction but did not rashly approach. Both he and Old Li were particularly cautious individuals. Without an order from Yu Hong, they would not take action on their own. "It's okay now. No trouble for the time being." Yu Hong exhaled and picked up Ding Xiao. Together with Li Rushan, who was getting up, they entered the walled inner courtyard. That was tough. They really tried to catch up at the end. Old Li cursed under his breath, spitting out dirt. "Daddy!" Izina lunged into Old Li's arms, causing a sharp pain in his chest wound. Ouch! He fell backward, yet his face showed a mixture of pain and happiness. Seeing the bandages and blood on him, Nana panicked, apologized quickly, and then stood up to allow Dr. Su, who had also risen, to check the wound. As the bandages were unraveled, a ferocious, centipede-like dark red wound was revealed. The wound stretched from the chest to the shoulder, as long as a forearm. It's a bit infected, Dr. Su said gravely. There's some iodophor left. I'll use it on you, then we'll cut away the necrotic tissue and apply powdered antibiotics to it. It's going to hurt, so bear with it. No problem. I'm a tough guy. Don't worry. Ah! Before Li Russian could finish his sentence, he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Yu Hong, unable to bear the sight, sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, directing the black lizards to patrol the surroundings, particularly the few dozen meters between the camp and the car. 8 black lizards shuttled back and forth, circling the car several times, yet they did not find the woman in the dress again. It should be fine now, he said, sighing. Having you take it so seriously, could it be a high-threat black disaster? Zhou Shuiguang stood beside him, also looking into the fog, but could see nothing. MHM encountered it on the way back. The red value suddenly spiked to over 10,000, and that was without fully closing in, Yu Hong said gravely. Can we determine which of the 3 types it is? Zhou Shuiguang asked seriously. Certainly not the second type, the tick ball. The figure was human-shaped, either a speed man or an insect man.
Yuong replié.
Of course, the possibility of other types of high-threat black disasters emerging is not excluded. Unexpected things always happen. It seems to have disappeared now, Zhou Shuiguang conjectured. Right. I'll go and drive the car into the outer courtyard. Don't come out. Yu Hong remained cautious, not daring to make rash moves. The staggering radiation levels he had encountered without even getting close were not something he could combat with his inner chi alone. Inner chi indeed caused damage to black disasters, but he wasn't sure if his own inner chi could harm a high-threat black disaster. I need to test the actual damage value of my inner chi. I have to clearly understand my barehanded killing power against a black disaster, to know both myself and my enemy, and not foolishly charge into battle unprepared. With subsequent arrangements in mind, Yu Hong quietly exited the outer courtyard and quickly returned to the car. Click. Without a word, he opened the door and threw in a radiation hand grenade. Buzz. A burst of invisible negative radiation instantly exploded in the enclosed space, neutralizing any possible hidden dangers. Only then did Yu Hong sit in the vehicle, which now felt cramped to him, especially wearing a suit that made him bulkier than normal. The vehicle started and slowly approached the gate of the outer courtyard. Chapter 157. Attack is coming. Several kilometers away from Black Wind Camp. Luminous stone mining area. Each mine shaft under the dim sky resembled unblinking eyes on the mountainside, pitch black and deep. In the mountain forest at the entrance of the mining area, the figure of a man with a stiff body was quietly walking out. The man wore a tattered gray windbreaker, a white round hat, and a similarly gray-white mask that covered most of his face, with black sunglasses shielding his eyes. He was about 1.80 meters tall, and the brown leather boots on his feet were full of holes and white mold spots. Click, click. The man stopped in front of a mine shaft, and after pausing for a while, he stiffly pulled something out of his coat pocket, grasped it in his palm. Slowly, he stepped forward, and walked into one of the mine shafts, disappearing from sight. Before long, the man walked out of the mine shaft again, his figure merging with the fog and quickly vanishing. Behind him, the murky gray mist in the air swiftly surged into the mine shaft, while the luminous stone or originally exposed on the surface turned rapidly from white to black. Not only that, at this moment all the negative radiation within the entire mining area began to diminish rapidly, as if flowers were on the verge of wilting. Asterisk, 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 buzz. The car slowly drove into the outer courtyard, and old Zhou quickly stepped forward to close the gate and fasten it. Click. The car door opened, and Yu Hong stepped out, patting the wrinkled leather suit. Be careful these next few days, pay attention to any movement outside, and don't go out. We have water and electricity in the camp, and we're not short on food for now. As long as we don't run into any issues, staying in the camp for a few months will be fine. His voice rose, reminding everyone. Got it. Old Lee was the first to raise his hand. Boss, I won't be able to sleep unless we sort things out. Can I start with the items from the car? All right, how's your injury? Nothing serious, right? Yu Hong waved his hand, indicating that he could do as he wished. Not too bad, not too bad. It's gotten a lot better with the medication. I'm just a bit tired. Li Rushan chuckled twice. He quickly walked to the car, skillfully opened the door, and swiftly pulled out a pile of things. Various sized boxes, a microwave, a small fridge, and the like were placed one by one under the lights. Yo, it's a Laurel brand. That's good stuff. Old Joe patted the microwave. My family used to have this brand. It lasted for decades without breaking. That's right. I took a long time picking these out, and here are your shoes too. Old Lee smiled, feeling as if he had returned to spring from the cold winter snow upon arriving back at camp. Safe, comfortable, with the boss's walls and protective technology, the safety level was through the roof. Boss, this is the rune you wanted. He quickly found a small box hidden at the very bottom. The box was made of purple metal, an unknown material. On the surface, with engraved, or rather indented, script, it read, Obtained from the 9th shaft, April 2001 Jinjiran. Yu Hong ignored this name, tried to slide it open, and swiftly opened the box, revealing a gray-white stone wrapped in yellow silk. Unfolding the yellow silk, the stone inside was only the size of a chicken egg, but its surface was engraved with a distorted, serpent-like irregular symbol. This wasn't a compound rune, but a simple symbol. At most, it had only a few strokes making up the bizarre, archaic symbol. Yu Hong picked up the stone and observed it carefully. I'll place the electrical wires outside, as usual, using the ventilation holes to extend them for everyone's use. As for the arrangement, we can put everything in the breeding cave to avoid rain damage and allow everyone to share. I'll go back first to study this thing. Wait, boss. Where are we going to sleep? There aren't enough huts. Old Lee hurriedly said. 3 wooden huts, 2 large and 1 small. There were Dr. Su, Li Rushan, Zhou Shuaguang, Izina. 4 people needing accommodation. They could just about manage to distribute. 1 hut for Dr. Su, Old Lee and Nana share one, and the remaining 1 for Old Zhou alone. No problem, Yu Hong said with some surprise. That's barely enough, but if more people arrive later, it might not be sufficient. Many items need to be kept damp-proof.
Li Rushan nudda.
Tomorrow we'll start excavating new caves. Compared to wooden huts, stone caves are safer. Yu Hong considered for a moment. Wooden huts were built quickly for temporary accommodation, but in terms of safety, stone caves were better. Great! Immediately, everyone busied themselves, some moving items, cooking food, adjusting household appliances, trying on shoes. The camp was bustling with activity, and even the mentally ill Dr. Su had a constant smile on his face. Ding Xiao was arranged to stay with Yao Feiling. Yu Hong built a temporary triangular wooden canopy for them with his bare hands to provide shelter from wind and rain, and threw in a couple of luminous stone blankets for them, considering it sufficient accommodation. Ding Xiao was far from being considered part of the camp, unless she made amends for her previous actions. The outer courtyard was constantly patrolled by black lizards, which also served as surveillance. Yu Hong didn't pay attention to what Ding Xiao and Yao Feiling's reunion might be like. Full of anticipation, he took the new symbol and returned to his cave. Boom! Closing the door, he pulled out a chair to sit down and placed the rune stone in his hand on the table before picking up the ink made from large pyroxene stone powder. Dipping a wooden stick pen into the ink, he gently touched it and began to simulate new symbols and practice drawing them. Soon, a new symbol that appeared quite proper emerged on a piece of white paper. I must have drawn countless runes by now, but at least it honed my skill in simulating power. Yu Hong mused with some satisfaction as he looked at the symbol on the paper. He picked up a detector and checked it. No reaction, the readings remained the same as always. It seems it's not the type of pyroxene symbol. Let's try writing with inner chi next, he thought. He dipped the pen into the ink again, started channeling his inner chi, and infused it into the wooden pen, waiting for the state to stabilize. Then, with another stroke of the pen, a new, mysterious symbol quickly appeared on the paper. This time, the instant the symbol was completed, the entire sheet of paper underwent a strange transformation. Eh? What is this? Yu Hong's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at the sheet. He picked up the paper, turning it over carefully to inspect it. But no matter how he looked at it, the paper gave him a peculiar feeling. It was as if he wasn't holding anything at all. Despite clearly holding and pinching the paper right in front of him, strangely, every few seconds, he would naturally overlook the sensation of the paper in his hand. His attention diverted from the sheet to something else. Interesting. It seems this symbol likely has an effect of concealing and reducing presence. Yu Hong summarized. If it also works against the Black Disaster, it could totally enhance the pyroxene secret room's effectiveness, making the encampment even more inconspicuous, even safer. As the Black Disaster grew stronger and the world more desperate, he increasingly felt that hiding was more convenient and safer than direct confrontation in dealing with the disaster. The appearance of this new symbol gave him the chance to fortify the pyroxene secret room. Although he had previously been able to enhance the luminous stone mats, they were sufficient as they were, and other aspects needed the black mark more urgently. Thus he had not considered this direction. But now, with this new symbol, he was entirely able to bolster the hiding aspect. The most convenient part is that this enhancement does not require the involvement of the black mark. I can do it just using my inner chi. Yu Hong's mood instantly improved. The bad mood affected by Guan Chao's incident also found some relief. Then let's name it. Since it has a concealing effect, let's call it the concealing symbol. Pyroxene symbol, vortex symbol, concealing symbol. These three were the runes he now possessed that could have a significant effect against the Black Disaster. Among them, the structure of the concealing symbol was the simplest. Right away, Yu Hong began using his inner chi, stepping out of the wooden door with the ink and wooden pen, and started drawing this new symbol on the exteriors of the wooden huts around the encampment. After inquiring about the symbol's effect, Old Li and the others showed even more relieved expressions. I just knew our boss was no ordinary person. Symbols that even the Silver Tower couldn't figure out. In his hands, won't last 10 minutes. Zhou Shuiguang had started to transform into a dedicated fan of Yu Hong. Especially as an elite non-commissioned officer who had seen the research forces at the front lines, he had an even deeper appreciation of Hong's research abilities. That's what comparisons do. The specific effects are still unclear, but at least they will make you more secure inside your houses. Yu Hong quickly said, and he didn't forget to draw it on Ding Xiao and the other two's wooden shed as well. He still had some expectations for Ding Xiao. Unlike Yao, Ding Xiao had been quite normal from the start. Upon subsequent encounters, she was also very rational and clear-headed. If she could be fully rehabilitated, it would indeed be a great help to the encampment, which was short on hands. He already had some ideas about her arrangement. After quickly finishing drawing on all the wooden huts and cave exteriors, Yu Hong looked out at the completely darkened sky outside, although it was only just past 4 in the afternoon. He headed toward Ding Xiao and the other person, followed by the rest of the encampment still happily trying out new electronics. The bustling noise was in stark contrast to the quiet inside this wooden shed. Inside the shed, Ding Xiao held a cup of hot water, leaning against the inner wall of the shed, quietly sipping it. The wounds on her body were obviously treated by Dr. Su. Seeing Yu Hong coming, a shade of embarrassment crossed her face. I didn't expect that my wounds would be handled by the mad doctor we initially looked down upon. Mr. Yu, if you have time, I hope you can apologize to Dr. Su on my behalf. She's always around the encampment and will come over soon. Apologize to her in person, Yu Hong said. I came here to talk to you about your situation. He noticed that Yao, failing a few meters away, was pretending to be asleep, in fact eavesdropping. At his level, following a qualitative change in his body, his 5 senses could perceive many things around him much more clearly. Moreover, The frequency of breathing and heartbeat when one is asleep is entirely different from when they are awake, making it easy to distinguish. So Yao Feiling couldn't hide from him, but he didn't mind. He was willing to give Ding Xiao a chance because she was relatively normal, but Yao was not. I know it's not easy to join the encampment, but what do you need me to do? Ding Xiao had matured a lot in her thinking, and being a steady person by nature, she caught on to Yu Hong's intentions. I have a friend, Yu Hong said. She is currently missing out there. I will supply you with provisions, equipment, weapons, and so on. Once your injuries heal, I'll hire you to go to a place for me to look for her. Bring her back here, to the encampment. He paused for a moment. If you succeed in finding her, all past issues will be erased, and I will be more than happy to welcome you to join Black Wind Camp. His words slightly moved Ding Xiao. Okay, but with the collapse of the front line, many dangerous black disasters have come in. It's too dangerous to go out now. The logistical materials you provide, to what extent can you supply? I must understand clearly. Otherwise, this is a mission of certain death. Chapter 158. The enhanced red value detector can detect the vast majority of black disasters, more advanced than the official ones. It can counteract and repel radiation hand grenades with danger levels of 4 or even higher, a solar-powered jeep that serves as a pyroxene secret room, a special enhanced suit that can withstand most bullets, and in terms of weapons, guns and knives. As Yu Hong continued speaking, Ding Xiao's expression grew increasingly astonished. Asterisk repelling 4th level and even higher black disasters with just weapons and tools? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Asterisk. Asterisk, is this camp storing an entire Alliance army's arsenal? Such high intensity. Asterisk. It's more than enough. Far beyond my imagination. If what you've said is true, then going out to find people, as long as we avoid head-on encounters with high-risk black disasters, the safety level will be quite high. Ding Xiao swallowed, feeling her throat dry. But aren't you afraid I'll run off with all the stuff? She asked again. Just think about that yourself. Yu Hong didn't answer. If you agree, I'll provide you with some high-risk black disaster intelligence that I have. You need to be cautious and avoid them on your own. Intelligence to avoid high-risk black disasters? Ding Xiao felt numb. Yao Feiling, eavesdropping on the side, also felt numb. If everything Yu Hong said was true, coupled with his high personal strength, and the camp having water and electricity, it would mean that the Black Wind Camp could be the safest camp they'd encountered, except for Hope City. There was no comparison, and such a camp who wouldn't want to join, so Ding Xiao readily agreed. Once her injuries healed, their transaction could officially begin. Stepping out of the wooden shed, Yu Hong sighed. The outside was becoming increasingly dangerous, and even someone like him with the assistance of the Black Mark could only barely be self-sufficient. He hoped Stammering Yi was safe and could hold out until Ding Xiao arrived for rescue. Returning to the cave, he refused Li Rushan's organized temporary celebration party, went into the basement alone, and continued cultivating inner qi and nurturing the Black Lizard. Within the camp, everyone celebrated Lao Li's safe return, drinking the beer he brought back from outside, eating the jerky and mushroom soup they were long tired of. Among the items Lao Li brought back was also a large quantity of salt. Even with sparing use, the 10+ bags of salt could last for a long time. This guy, taking advantage of the large vehicle size, crammed in whatever supplies were lacking. If not for such gathering, he wouldn't have taken so long to return from outside. Adding salt to the monotonous mushroom soup completely changed the taste, making it much more palatable. At this time, outside the outer courtyard of the camp, within the secondary safety zone patrolled by the Black Lizard, figures with dirty, ragged clothes slowly emerged from the mist, densely approaching the camp. Behind them, a female figure in a yellow dress and white skirt quietly gazed at the camp, waiting for something. As they approached the camp, the large group of figures entering the secondary safety zone was quickly discovered by the patrolling Black Lizard. Thud, thud, thud. Globules of black saliva shot out, hitting the figures and dissolving them into puddles of black water within seconds. But there were too many figures. Layers upon layers, They moved toward the camp, the mist obscuring any sight of an end. The black disaster is here. Yu Hong, the first to notice something amiss, stopped practicing and rushed out of the cave, loudly warning everyone. Everyone to the wooden house, he shouted sternly. The few who were celebrating paused immediately, turned to look at Yu Hong, and upon confirming he wasn't joking, Li Rushan quickly took command. Leave the stuff. Get to the wooden house immediately. Keep the radiation hand grenades ready. Pull them when necessary. Don't throw them. At critical moments, detonate them on your body, and it will blast black disasters away from a radius of over 10 meters. Lao Li clearly had experience using the radiation hand grenades. Close the door, don't look outside. Some black disasters will cause problems just by making eye contact. Zhou Shuiguang quickly reminded, refusing to be left out. In less than 10 seconds, the previously bustling scene in the camp plunged into emptiness and silence. The blackened ground after the decay of the luminous stone grass was shrouded only by the swaying white lights in the wind. The lights piercing through the mist vaguely illuminated the large crowd slowly encroaching from outside the outer courtyard. So many.
Yuong gasped.
He could discern that the crowd consisted entirely of shadows, but normally such a large gathering of shadows shouldn't happen. Something is driving them over. Li Rushan emerged to stand with him, also donning enhanced suits. You're still hurt. Why are you out?
Yuong frowned.
It's nothing. I've gained a lot of experience from this trip outside. Do you have grenades? I'm pretty accurate. Lao Li smiled. Without a word, Yu Hong dragged out a crate of radiation hand grenades from the cave. Conserve them. I suspect more large threats are coming, he advised. Understood.
Li Rushan nodded.
Lao Zhou wanted to come out too, but I have him looking after everyone else. Don't take it the wrong way. I know. Yu Hong understood this explanation was meant to avoid any misinterpreted cowardice on Zhou Shuiguang's part. Very soon, the crowd of shadows was near the outer courtyard fence. They squeezed together, wearing tattered clothes, some with smiles, others with expressionless faces, all with pitch-black eyes lacking scara. A few individuals among them even had decaying skin, with large bloody wounds exposed, looking even more grotesque. Hold on. Yu Hong quickly restrained Li Rushan from throwing grenades. I've buried new special equipment underground in the camp. Let's see its effects first. Li Rushan glanced at him in surprise, nodded, and lowered his hand. Although accustomed to the boss's endless new technologies, seeing so many shadows, he couldn't help but think the boss might be overconfident. If this continued, those two women's wooden shed at the outer courtyard would be overrun by shadows, risking catastrophe if anything went wrong. Don't rush. Yu Hong spoke in a deep voice, his eyes under the helmet focused intently on the approaching layers of shadows. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. As the first male shadow's pale and decomposing hand entered the half-meter range of the outer courtyard fence area. Hiss! A powerful, invisible, silent negative radiation erupted like a fountain from the ground. The radiation sprayed over 2 meters high like a fountain, then exploded like fireworks in the sky, instantly encompassing several meters around. Furthermore, throughout the area beyond the fence, negative radiation fountains erupted one after another, with the ensuing intense radiation engulfing all nearby shadows within several meters. In an instant, many shadows caught in the spread began to fade and dissipate into black smoke completely. The black wind protection array had automatically triggered and activated. Holy shit! This tech! Li Rushan couldn't see the fountain fireworks-like array effect but could see the masses of shadows abruptly disappearing. Obviously, he wasn't an idiot, realizing this was a protective mechanism set up by Boss Yu Hong. Boss, you're so badass. Universe number 1. Li Rushan exclaimed breathlessly, giving a thumbs up. Stay focused. This is just an appetizer. Yu Hong remained calm, feeling the light dots marking the black wind protection array in his mind. The light of the array was rapidly dimming, despite automatically replenishing at a fast pace. It struggled against the overwhelming influx of shadows. "Throw the grenades," Yu Hong suddenly instructed. Lao Li immediately tossed them with force. 2 grenades tumbled through the night sky in parabolic arcs, crossing over 30 meters. Under normal circumstances, grenade throwing distance was usually between 30 to 50 meters, though radiation grenades being relatively lighter allowed Lao Li, even injured, to throw such distances, demonstrating his significant physical prowess. Thud thud. The grenades fell outside the fence, exploding in massive ripples of negative radiation of 7,000. The astonishingly powerful negative radiation instantly cleared 2 large circular areas over 10 meters in diameter. All shadows in those areas were thoroughly turned to ash. Awesome! More!
Lao Li lau ghét hơi titili.
Less talk. Watch out for verbal loitering, Yu Hong chided with a frown. Lao Li immediately fell silent. The two managed, under Yu Hong's guidance, to continually ease the burden on the array, maintaining a delicate balance. As long as the black wind protection array remained intact, the camp interior stayed absolutely safe. Inside the wooden house, Lao Zhou peeked out. His eyes widened at the camp's hidden, astonishing array's effects. Amazing! Absolutely amazing! He thought meeting Yu Hong midway must have been a stroke of luck born from unknowable fortune accumulated over a lifetime or more. Given this level of protection, other strongholds would have long been overrun. Near the wooden shed area, as dense shadows encroached, Ding Xiao and Yao Failing both believed they were doomed. Both, numb-faced, thought there was no escape and were prepared for death. Especially Ding Xiao, after just making a deal with Yu Hong and seeing hope to now. Just then, the approaching shadows abruptly scattered. It seemed like some invisible, silent attacks continuously bombarded the shadows, ceaselessly clearing them. Both women, half reclined, saw one empty gap after another cleared amidst the shadow crowd. Then occasionally within the camp, grenade-like objects would fly into the shadow crowd. These were even more exaggerated, clearing vast areas of shadows at a single explosion. One thrown would clear over a 10-meter radius. This couldn't be what he mentioned. Radiation hand grenades, right? Ding Xiao marveled, feeling she truly witnessed something spectacular for the first time. If all of this was true, seeing the shadows unable to breach even the camp perimeter. Ding Xiao felt the external mission she thought was a lifeline looked surprisingly promising. Seeing such a massive swarm of shadows failing to penetrate even the outer layer of the camp highlighted the enormous technological prowess within Black Wind Camp. Across from her, leaning against the shed, Yao Failing wore a complex expression, gazing outside without a word, moved at first but quickly silent. Time elapsed continuously. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, more than half an hour. The influx of shadows gradually thinned. Who knows how many the array had eliminated? Their numbers were starting to dwindle. Since around 10 minutes prior, Yu Hong and Li Rushan hadn't even used grenades for assistance, as the array's self-restoring capabilities alone sufficed against the current density of shadows. So both just quietly monitored the situation, ensuring no significant changes occurred. But then, from behind the shadow crowd, a distinct black shape slowly emerged. The moment it appeared, it suddenly accelerated and charged into the outer courtyard of the camp. Bang! The fence shattered into pieces, flying, and in the light, a massive form was revealed. It was an elephant worm towering 6 meters tall and over 10 meters in length. Chapter 159, Storm. SSS. The elephant worm's massive body left behind 2 rows of deep footprints as it moved across the ground. It made a hissing sound like air being blown, as it charged into the outer courtyard, brushing past the wooden shed where Ding Xiao and her companions stayed. The new concealing symbols on the exterior of the shed clearly had an effect, leading the elephant worm to disregard the 2 women and the rest of the wooden huts, charging straight toward Yu Hong. Perhaps they were targeting me all along, Yu Hong realized at that moment. His expression was cool and composed as he surveyed the fan-shaped area outside the camp's front yard, where the eyes of all the shadows seemed to converge on him. This involuntary connected to the rules of Speedman in his mind. "The black disaster must have locked onto me after that woman in the white dress," he said somberly. "Here it comes," Li Rushin said tensely. The two of them watched as the enormous elephant worm charged into the outer courtyard, nearing the inner courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of the heavy footsteps, the elephant worm's charging sounded utterly different from the usual quiet. It roared, lowering its head like a giant bulldozer, and charged toward the inner courtyard wall covered in pitch black. Sprays of radiation from the array fountain shot up from beneath, impacting its underside, but it blocked them all forcefully. They didn't spread out and were neutralized by the red radiation emanating from its body. Seeing this, Yu Hong and his companion immediately threw the radiation hand grenades they had been holding for several seconds. The grenades tumbled down toward the elephant worm, exploding violently above it. Boom! A silent flash of radiation enveloped most of the creature's body. The radiation, with a negative value exceeding 7,000, was far more powerful than the black wind protection array, and immediately blasted 2 bathtub-sized holes in the elephant worm's back. Streams of black smoke rose from the wounds, as if the blood of the elephant worm were boiling. It came to an abrupt halt, its front limbs collapsing to the ground, and before it could rise again to continue its charge, 2 more radiation hand grenades were thrown toward it, landing above its wounds. Boom! The 2 grenades exploded simultaneously, and a huge amount of negative radiation poured into the wounds, instantly raising a large cloud of black smoke. The elephant worm shrieked, raising its head as its body rapidly deflated before their eyes, shriveling up. In just a few seconds, it completely collapsed into a thin layer of black skin on the ground. 2 seconds later, the negative radiation from the sprays torn the black skin to shreds, neutralizing it into black smoke that vanished without a trace. With that, an elephant worm was thoroughly vanquished, and it would now require a lengthy revival period before it could come back to life. But its desperate struggle had left a mark. At the least, the outer courtyard's fence had been breached, and the energy of the black wind protection array had been considerably depleted, now holding at only about half of its capacity. Yu Hong and his companion exhaled in relief as they watched the balance of the offense and defense battle restore. Together, they gazed into the deeper darkness beyond, where nothing was to be seen, only a murky gray fog. They waited another 10 minutes or so. At last, outside the outer courtyard fence, the final wave of shadows rushed into the array and were annihilated. From that moment on, no new shadows appeared from within the mist. "Get ready. It's about to come," Yu Hong said gravely. Li Rushin nodded, his face serious, as he grabbed 6 grenades, readying himself. There weren't many grenades left in the box, only about a third. But he knew this was not a time to be conservative. The 2 of them waited silently. The distant dark mist was quiet, as if the onslaught had completely ended. But inexplicably, an invisible pressure gradually covered both Li Rushin and Yu Hong, as well as everyone inside the camp. "I feel a heaviness in my chest, like low air pressure," Li Rushin murmured. "The big one might be coming." Yu Hong nodded, not uttering a word, instead focusing intently on the area in front of the camp, shifting his gaze continually to be ready to identify the attacker's direction at the first opportunity. The atmosphere within the camp felt as if it were being suppressed by a massive boulder, heavy and tense. Suddenly, a high-pitched, strange, and jubilant laugh echoed above the entire camp. All at once, Yu Hong turned his head to look left. Over there, in that direction, outside the fence, a woman in a yellow coat and white dress appeared out of nowhere, standing just a meter outside the fence. She stood quietly, pausing for 2 seconds, then began to move forward, step by step. She made contact with the fence, which instantly and silently disintegrated into nothingness, as if it had never been there. Even the holes fixed in the ground vanished. The eerie laughter circled overhead. In a sudden flash, the woman's figure moved. Incredibly, she crossed over 10 meters in a single leap, bypassing the entire outer courtyard and arriving in front of the inner courtyard wall. The The black wind protection array beneath the ground madly gathered energy, emitting jets of negative radiation, but all the radiation fountains seemed to be sucked into a black hole, disappearing without a trace as they approached. Beep! A sharp alarm from the detector sounded feverishly, as if to accompany the enemy's approach with music. Yu Hong's gaze was fixed on the woman, glancing only briefly at the detector's reading with the corner of his eye. Red value, 17,494.331. The number was increasing rapidly, soon surpassing 20,000. So much red value even before she gets close? Li Russian's voice rang in shock beside him, but Yu Hong dared not take his eyes away. If this was Speedman, then the attack mechanism would be to see twice and experience fear. And he was the one seen twice. Moreover, he noticed that the black wind protection array beneath the woman's feet kept erupting in fountains, attempting to strike her, but it was all in vain. All the radiation was completely neutralized. It seems the black wind protection array can only deal with regular black disasters. He reached a conclusion in his mind, feeling the camp's array imprint in his mind grow weaker and dimmer, and stopped observing. "Throw!" he shouted, tossing 6 grenades outward. A series of invisible radiations burst forth. Negative radiation far stronger than the array's fountains exploded above the woman in the white dress. Bursts of radiation with negative values exceeding 7,000 finally caused waves to ripple around her. Like before, the air next to her seemed to twist, obscuring her figure. Ripples like those from stones thrown into a lake spread from her, creating waves as if the grenades were stones splashing into water, stirring up countless ripples. Hee. The eerie laughter sounded again. The woman's footsteps halted as if forcibly obstructed by the grenade. "It's effective." Li Russian also threw grenades together, his voice trembling with tension at this point. Previously, as a postman, he had witnessed high-risk black disasters, but that was within the base at Hope City, alongside a large team with plenty of support from modern weapons. But now, just their little camp, relying on him and the boss as the main force, they were actually facing a high-risk black disaster that only Hope City had encountered before. Damn, this is thrilling. Old Li couldn't help but swear as he watched the white-dressed woman ripple with disturbed waves. She's slowing down. Suddenly, he spotted the key clue. The air's red value has dropped to negative 20,000. The grenades are working. Throw more. Yu Hong also perked up, noticing the key point. Grenades burst incessantly above the woman, brutally dragging down the red value of the area. Soon, the number on the detector plummeted to negative 30,000. Snap. Suddenly, Yu Hong grasped at air. He and Old Li simultaneously glanced over with the corners of their eyes. Gone? We're done for. Old Li's face turned pale. Boss, what do we do now? Before Yu Hong could respond, that strange laughter echoed through the air again. The white-dressed woman took a step forward, her body moving once again. In an instant, her silhouette flashed, disappearing outright. When she reappeared, she was already within the inner courtyard, underneath the central electric lamppost. Dodge! Yu Hong roared lowly, grabbing Old Li and throwing him to the right into the doorway of a wooden cabin. He himself dared not take his eyes away, staring intently at the woman. Strangely, there was no fear or panic in his heart, only calmness, as serene as the surface of a lake. Snap! He reached behind and pulled out a stack of Vortex talisman plates, silently counting in his mind. 1, 2, 3. Right then, the white-dressed woman's footsteps paused once more. Beneath her feet, the entire ground of the inner courtyard began to slowly light up with huge, complicated patterns of white light. One by one, patterns emerged on the ground, spreading and lighting up, turning from dim to bright in a flash, bright enough to rival the illumination of the lamps, corresponding exactly with Yu Hong's count to 3. Buzz! In a flash, a massive amount of negative radiation burst forth from the second set of arrays underground. Unlike the continuous output of the black wind protection array before, This was an exaggerated, one-time explosion. In that instant, invisible negative radiation surged from the ground, concentratedly bombarding the white-dressed woman. The red value around her plummeted past negative 50,000 in the blink of an eye. Her clothes began to rapidly get dirtier, older. The skin on her fair and delicate arms started to show cracks, like porcelain about to shatter. The surrounding air twisted and blurred further. Even someone standing 10 meters away couldn't see clearly. At that moment, Yu Hong's body surged with inner chi, exploding, as the first channel of inner chi in his body burst open, uniformly covering the insides of his legs. He bent down, the ground behind him suddenly exploding, hurling him towards the woman like a fierce wind. Thunderbolt! He roared in his mind. Powered by the full amplification of inner chi, the Thunderbolt leg technique tore through the air, creating overlapping distorted airwaves, and he swung out a roundhouse kick towards the woman's head. Rumble! The ground of the camp seemed to be struck by thunder. Accompanying the thunderous sound was the weird laughter mixed within. But this laughter completely differed from the playful laughter the woman had previously emitted. If the previous laughter was eerie, sharp, and sinister, then the strange laughter now felt exaggerated, terrifying, and wild. In a blink, Yu Hong's right leg turned into a blurry shadow and landed on the side of the woman's head and neck. Boom! The immense suppression from the negative radiation made the woman's movements sluggish, unable to avoid the kick. Perhaps she didn't intend to dodge at all. Sudden distortions erupted between them, causing the surrounding cabins to creak and sway slightly. The skin on the woman's head quickly showed cracks, and chunks of her fair skin, like pieces of porcelain, fell away, turning into black smoke in midair and dissipating into nothing. Beneath the skin was a sticky substance like black oil. Thunderbolt! Type 2. Yu Hong's expression turned fierce as the second channel of inner chi burst forth. The frantic, bizarre laughter rang out once more as he drew back his leg for a second explosive strike. His right leg broke through the air again in an instant, creating ripples in the air and slamming against the woman's neck. Type 3. Not waiting for the opponent to move, Yu Hong kicked out his third leg. The third channel of inner chi erupted, magnifying his terrifying lethality at this moment. It was as if the explosion of thunder spread again. This time, much of the woman's skin shattered, cracked, and fell off. Her body revealed a black, slimy substance that made up her inner flesh. She struggled to slowly lift her head, her black hair parting to either side, seemingly about to face Yu Hong with the face she had always hidden. This movement elicited an indescribable terror in Yu Hong's heart, as if just seeing the woman's face would result in something unimaginably horrifying. He roared, and the fourth channel of inner chi burst open with force. With the sound of thunder, accompanied by the noise of him crushing a stack of vortex talisman plates in his hands, the sounds overlapped and spread. Type 4. He twisted his body to the side, concentrating all his power into this kick. The tip of his leg shot out, tearing through the air with a high-pitched screech. Boom! The thunderous sound of the thunderbolt leg went silent, disappearing in an instant. Yu Hong's leg struck harshly against the left side of the woman's head. Everything paused for a moment. Pift! Suddenly, the woman's body exploded like a water balloon, with masses of black substance gushing from within. As soon as the black substance splattered out, it was negated by the massive amount of negative red value radiation in the air, suppressed. In an instant, all the black substance turned to smoke and vanished into nothing. Chapter 160. It's over, Yu Hong panted heavily. He could feel that his last kick must have had an overflow of attack power. Unlike the first three kicks, which felt solid, this one had a strangely weightless feeling as if he had kicked through air. But no matter what, he had repelled this high-risk black disaster. He wasn't sure how long it would take for it to revive next time, but at least it wouldn't return here for a while. According to the common knowledge he had obtained from Zhang Kaijun, the higher the level of black disaster, the slower it was to revive, with the exception of a very few special cases. 99% of them took a long time. They needed to gather a massive amount of red value radiation to slowly reconstitute their bodies. On the other hand, black disasters like ordinary shadow black bugs could revive very quickly. Huff, huff. Standing in the middle of the inner courtyard, he breathed heavily and tested his right leg, finding it a bit weak. This was the first time he had consecutively unleashed 4 bursts of inner chi. The exaggerated power made his right leg feel as if it didn't belong to him. If not for the suit providing resistance and cushioning, his right leg might have been dislocated or injured by now. Is it gone? Li Russian's voice drifted over cautiously from one side. It should be. Yu Hong looked around while panting, and no new shadows emerged from the mist outside the courtyard. What a pity! The second array was one time only. After it fully unleashed its power, it was depleted. He lamented. Plop. At that moment, Li Russian sat down on the ground with an expression that showed he had narrowly escaped death. That thing, it had to be at least level 6 or 7, right? With such momentum, being bombarded by our radiation hand grenades for so long and still so fierce. His face was pale. He hadn't entered the building just now, but had stood at the doorway, gripping several vortex talisman plates, ready to rush out and provide support at any moment. Fortunately, Yu Hong hadn't left any loose ends. He made a direct blast and took down the incoming high-risk black disaster. It must have been a level 8 speedman. Yu Hong now felt his leg had recovered. Glancing at his right leg, where the reinforced suit had burst open and was thoroughly damaged, he knew it was due for repairs. It was just the right time. The current reinforced suit was barely keeping up with the strength he required, so it was essential to enhance it. New symbols could be added during the repair to imbue new functions. Level 8, Li Russian exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, giving 2 thumbs up, his grin growing uncontrollably wide. One by one, the wooden cottages opened up. Old Zhou, sweating profusely, hurried over to Yu Hong, accompanied by Dr. Su. The two quickly checked Yu Hong for injuries, finally letting out a sigh of relief when they confirmed he was unharmed. Together, they surveyed the mess in the campsite, recalling the surreal scene of the recent siege. For a moment, they were at a loss for words, as if waking from a dream, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Yu Hong walked over to where the black disaster woman had disappeared and looked down to inspect the spot. Finally, he spotted a black bone on the ground, shiny like a piece of jade. He bent down to pick it up and examined it. The bone was as long as an adult's index finger, smooth, cold, and delicate to the touch. It was also roughly the same thickness, slightly finer, and it wasn't perfectly straight, possessing a subtle wave-like curve. Boss! Zhou Shuiguang's voice came from behind. Yu Hong turned around to face him. What is it? It should be safe now, go and rest, he said. Old Zhou opened his mouth, his lips trembling slightly. He too was frightened by what had just transpired. The black disaster had breached the heart of the camp, and the fragile wooden houses were no match for an attack of such magnitude. They had been a hair's breadth from death. And yet, at the very last moment, Yu Hong had burst forth and literally kicked the black disaster woman to pieces. The dramatic turnaround, dancing on the line of death, involuntarily reminded him of life on the front lines. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word, Old Zhou said earnestly. Go, do your own thing. That's the best help you could give me, Yu Hong replied. Now was not the time, but once things were more stable, he planned to use the black mark to strengthen some equipment and weapons that he could control and distribute to others to fight off the black disasters. But it was too soon to talk about that. Although he had just managed to defeat that high-risk black disaster, its incredible resilience and the ability to control shadow elephant worms made him feel even more urgency. After all, there wasn't just one high-risk black disaster. Everyone go back to rest, he called out loudly. I have equipment monitoring the security outside. Don't worry. Everyone nodded in agreement and went back to their respective houses. As the doors closed one after another, calm returned to the camp. Only in the mists outside, patrolling black lizards began to maintain post-battle security. Inside the wooden shelter, Ding Xiao hugged her knees, leaning back against the wooden panel, recalling the sight of Yu Hong kicking the black disaster to pieces. It was a display of terrifying power, even more extreme than that of people with full body enhancements. Although the destructive force hadn't been shown against other things, the wave of air and the strange laugh he had produced as he kicked were something she had never seen in any other enhanced person. This indicated that Yu Hong's strength and speed were far beyond those of other fully enhanced people. Coupled with the various technological weapons against black disasters he had just shown, it was clear that this camp was much more complex than they had previously thought. Ding Xiao hung her head low and suddenly understood why Yu Hong wasn't worried about her leaving with the belongings. Such a camp, if missed, would never be encountered again. Cough, cough. Beside her, Yao Feiling let out a cough. Her injuries were worse than Ding Xiao's, and the grenade had been closer to her own body. The extensive burns and Ding Xiao's internal injuries from being thrown by the explosion were not at the same level. "Sister," she suddenly called out. "I'm not your sister," Ding Xiao replied calmly. Yao Feiling fell silent. The shed became gradually quiet for a time as both of them stopped talking. That night, nobody slept well. Despite Yu Hong's assurances, everyone was still worried about a possible shadow black bug attack from the outside. Even Yu Hong, in silence, practiced his inner chi thunderbolt leg technique alone in the basement all night, staying vigilant. The next morning, his inner chi was fully restored, and he had successfully condensed the fifth thread of inner chi. Every layer of the thunderbolt leg technique mastered granted a slight whole-body strengthening. And when all 6 layers were perfected, one would achieve a powerful move called the thunderbolt transformation. According to the secret texts, its might was formidable, capable of greatly enhancing the strength and speed of one's legs in a moment. Furthermore, the enhanced and combined thunderbolt leg technique, in the state of thunderbolt transformation, definitely possessed an extremely potent radiation lethality. Initially, Yu Hong felt no urgency since the camp had become self-sufficient and safer, but the perilous black disaster attacks and the sudden pale arms reaching out from the communicator had kindled within him a desire for even stronger security. Now the camp had only the black wind protection array left as its trump card. The luminous stone array that had served as their protection had already been expended. The radiation hand grenades were now used up, and only a little bit of the vortex talisman plate remained. If they were to face another high-risk black disaster attack now, the consequences were unimaginable. So, it wasn't until the next morning, when daylight came, his inner chi fully replenished. The black wind protection array recharged itself, and Hong had fashioned over a dozen more radiation hand grenades, that Yu Hong finally felt somewhat secure. Fortunately, it seemed like the battle the previous night had drained a significant amount of shadows in the vicinity, and on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days, no shadows approached the camp. The occasional black bug blood tide that appeared did not have any elephant worms amongst them, and there were only big skins passing by, halted by the lights and the black wind protection array, daring not to enter. Such a situation allowed everyone in the camp to breathe a sigh of relief. They began helping Yu Hong in digging up stones on the side beneath his cave. But contrary to what Yu Hong had in mind, Li Rushan and Zhou Shuaguang proposed a new idea: to build a small stone castle in the center of the camp. This, compared to a cave linked to the mountain, had a better location for the stone castle, which could be expanded later and connected to where Yu Hong was. As for how to connect them, all they needed was to construct a stone corridor and link the doors on both ends. But Yu Hong pointed out that the ground could not be dug deep due to the shadow black bugs lurking underneath. And the equipment, array, he had installed underground would definitely affect the stability of the stone castle. These problems were all taken up by old Li in one go. He surprisingly knew architecture and, upon receiving Yu Hong's permission, began drawing up the design plans himself. Just like that, another week passed. Cough, cough, cough. Early in the morning, the precious sunlight pierced through the mist and shone down from the woodland sky above. Yu Hong opened the door and immediately heard a fit of violent coughing from a distance. Frowning, he followed the sound, stepped out of the inner yard, and quickly arrived in front of the outer yard's shed. Inside the shed, Ding Xiao was kneeling beside Yao Feiling, looking at her once close friend with a complex expression. Ever since that night when Yu Hong displayed terrifying strength and literally shattered the woman in white, Yao Feiling became as if she had lost her soul, simply staring blankly into the sky. In the following days, her mental condition deteriorated further, and she began to cough incessantly. Until today, when Ding Xiao couldn't resist and still went over to assist Dr. Su in checking on her. After examining, Dr. Su merely shook his head, said nothing, sighed, and then stood up and left, leaving Ding Xiao alone, watching the dazed Yao Feiling. I really wish all of this was just a dream. Yao Feiling didn't look at the approaching Yu Hong but kept her gaze fixated above. I wish I was still in Baihe. Daddy would give me a lot of pocket money. Mommy would make me my favorite crab yellow tofu. She murmured softly, her lips turning white, her complexion turning blue. All of this, it's just a dream. I didn't betray you. As long as I wake up, sister. You'll still be my sister. She stretched out her hand with difficulty, reaching for Ding Xiao's hand. Ding Xiao recoiled a bit, but couldn't bear it and gently reached forward, touching her fingertips. Sister, I'm just dreaming. Yao Feiling's voice gradually weakened and, before long, went completely silent. However, her hand still clung tightly to Ding Xiao's, not letting go. Yu Hong silently watched the two of them, saying nothing. After a while, he turned around and headed back towards the cave. Yao shouldn't have died. She simply lost the courage to keep living, facing an increasingly hopeless world, facing a reality she didn't want to confront. Putting those thoughts aside, Yu Hong quickened his pace. The new stone castle still needed his strength as well. Without him, based on Old Li and their progress, the efficiency of chiseling stones would be more than 10 times worse. Compared to him, with his enduring inner qi, what he least lacked was stamina.